In the waning light of the world, when even the flame itself seemed to shudder with exhaustion, there walked a figure draped in rags, the colour of dust and time. He was called Slave Knight Gael, a title that carried within it both reverence and degradation. To the unknowing, he appeared merely as another hollowed soul wandering through the desolation left by the gods. But those who glimpsed him at the twilight of things saw something more, a spark of desperate purpose that refused to die, even as the world crumbled into its final dusk. Gael was not born into legend, nor chosen by divine right. He was made through obedience, shaped by endless servitude beneath lords long forgotten. The term slave knight spoke not of nobility, but of burden. Warriors bound by oaths that denied them rest, doomed to fight for masters who no longer remembered their names. In the faded kingdoms of Lothric and its scattered ruins, the slave knights were little more than remnants of a past age. Yet Gael endured, carrying with him the residue of countless wars. When first we encounter him in the ruins of the Cathedral of the Deep, his frail form kneels before the remnants of a forgotten faith. His words are calm, almost gentle, as he implores the Ashen One to follow him into painted worlds. It is here, within the half-frozen wasteland of Ariandel, that his true purpose begins to unfold. Gael seeks the painter. A girl without a name, bound to the decaying canvas of her own creation. To awaken a new world, she requires fire, but not the burning of flame. She requires the fire of a soul, a pigment born of suffering and truth. Gael knows this, though he speaks of it only in riddles. In him burns a devotion so absolute that it transcends reason. He calls upon the player not as a master nor as a peer, but as a companion in necessity. For Gael understands that the world of men has reached its end, and that only through art, through a painted world untouched by the rot of gods, can anything pure begin again. To understand Gael's journey, we must remember the cycles that define Dark Souls itself. The linking of the fire, the fading of its light, the endless resurrection of chosen undead who repeat the same desperate ritual. Each age is but an echo of the last, bound to the will of a flame that refuses to die. Yet Gael, who has seen the futility of this cycle, dares to imagine something beyond it. He is no lord of cinder, no champion of fire. He seeks not to rekindle the old light, but to create a new beginning from its ashes. The path he walks is one of pain and penance, a pilgrimage through worlds, both painted and real, in search of the dark soul, the final truth that the gods feared to face. In Ariandel's frozen tomb, he reveals fragments of his conviction. When he asks for the Ashen One's aid, his tone is not of command but of pleading. "Please," he says, voice trembling beneath centuries of dust, "show her flame." The words carry more than urgency. They bear the weight of hope buried beneath resignation. Gael is no longer fighting for himself. He is fighting for the memory of humanity. For in the end, the world of Dark Souls 3 is a realm where gods fade and men crumble. But the spark of humanity, fragile, persistent, and dark, still yearns to endure. The painted world of Ariandel mirrors this yearning. Its snows conceal decay, its beauty hides corruption. Sister Frida, who opposes Gael, seeks to preserve the rot rather than renew it, believing that to end the cycle of fire is to embrace stillness forever. Gael's conflict with her is not simply one of power, it is the collision of two philosophies. Frida represents stasis, the refusal to move forward, the peace of eternal frost. Gael embodies the agony of change, the belief that even pain is preferable to extinction. When the Ashen One defeats Frida, it is Gael's vision that prevails, and the painter awakens from her slumber, ready to weave a new world. Yet Gael himself departs, wordless, already haunted by the knowledge that pigment alone cannot create purity. For the color of this new world must come not from light, but from the dark soul of man. The essence of humanity's truth. As he disappears beyond the snow, his silhouette dissolving into the wind, Gael ceases to be a mere guide. He becomes an embodiment of the human condition, small, fragile, and forgotten, yet driven by the impossible task of redeeming all that came before. Across countless ages, he will wander, seeking the fragments of the dark soul that remained scattered since the dawn of time. His body will decay, his mind fracture, but his purpose will not falter. He carries within him the last hope of mankind, the dream that from darkness, something beautiful might still be born. In him lies the paradox that defines the dark soul's universe. That true salvation can emerge only from ruin. Gael's path will not end in triumph, but in tragedy. Yet within that tragedy rests the seed of transcendence. For as the fire fades and the gods retreat into memory, one slave knight walks alone beneath a sun that no longer burns, searching for the blood of the dark soul, that the painter may create her world, and humanity may be reborn in colour drawn from despair. Perhaps that is why Gael endures where others fall. He does not seek glory, nor understanding, nor even release. He serves a purpose so vast that it consumes him utterly, a devotion so pure it borders on madness. And as he vanishes into the horizon of a dying age, one cannot help but wonder, when the world ends and only ash remains, will devotion itself be enough to paint a new beginning? Long after the fires had dimmed and the bells of Lothric had fallen silent, Gael's pilgrimage began in earnest. Across the dying world, he wandered through kingdoms that had already forgotten their own names. His steps traced the contours of ruin, the skeletal remains of cities devoured by flame, the silent cathedrals of gods turned to dust, the battlefields where embers still whispered the echoes of forgotten wars. Each place he passed through was not merely a location, but a memory, a lingering afterimage of the world that once was. To walk these lands was to move through the corpse of history itself. And yet Gael did not despair. For him, this decay was not an end, but the beginning of purification. The world had to burn away its false light before something true could emerge from its ashes. In the wake of Lord Gwyn's sacrifice and the endless linking of fires, the land had become addicted to its own suffering. Every age repeated the same ritual, a chosen undead, blessed and cursed alike, rising to keep the fire alive for just a little longer. Kings, clerics, dragons, and even the gods themselves, all had fed the fire in turn, and all had been consumed. Gael, more than any, understood the futility of this endless pattern. He had fought under countless banners, seen the rise and fall of empires, watched as heroes became hollow and saviors turned to ash. When the flame flickered for what might be the final time, he alone refused to bow to despair. His pilgrimage was not to rekindle the fire, but to seek something that could exist without it, a light born not of divinity, but of humanity itself. The dark soul, the forgotten fourth soul born from the first flame, had always lingered in the shadows of myth. It was the inheritance of the furtive pygmy, the ancestor of mankind, who divided his dark gift among humanity's countless descendants. Over millennia, the gods had done everything in their power to conceal this truth. They feared what the dark soul represented, an unquenchable, self-sustaining essence that did not depend upon flame or faith. Gael's pilgrimage, though never declared aloud, was a rebellion against that fear. He sought to reclaim what had been hidden, to gather the scattered fragments of the dark soul, so that humanity might finally stand free of the gods' cycle. In this purpose, his servitude became something higher than the lords he once obeyed. It was servitude to mankind itself, to the last spark of meaning that might outlive both flame and darkness. Through deserts of grey ash and hollowed plains of windless dust, Gael followed faint trails left by those who once sought the same truth. He found temples buried beneath dunes, their frescoes still depicting the ancient war between gods and men. He stood before statues of nameless kings whose thrones had melted into slag. The wind carried the brittle voices of ages gone, whispering that there was nothing left to save. But Gael pressed on. To the living, he would have seemed mad, a corpse animated by memory. Yet beneath the tattered cloak and rusted armour, there burned a fragment of that indomitable humanity which even gods could not extinguish. His pilgrimage was an act of defiance written in footsteps. Somewhere between the ruins of Lothric and the crumbling shoreline that marked the world's edge, he began to change. The long exposure to the dying flame and the remains of countless souls altered him in ways neither physical nor entirely spiritual. His body, already withered by centuries, began to absorb the ash around him. His blood grew thick and black, resonant with the residue of humanity. It is said that when he knelt in prayer, the ground beneath him would darken, as if the earth itself recognized its kinship with his burden. Over time, his humanity swelled within him, no longer a faint ember, but a consuming fire of its own. It was this growing hunger that guided him, the first tremors of the dark soul calling to itself. As he wandered, the world around him continued to fade. Even the light of the sun took on a crimson hue, a blood-soaked twilight that never quite ended. Gael's armour, once the dull silver of servitude, began to mirror this colour, stained not with dye, but with essence, the mingling of ash, blood, and time. To the few who still lingered in that broken age, he became a myth. Some called him the last knight of man, others, the herald of the world's end. Children born in dying villages whispered tales of the red phantom who walked the wastes, seeking the soul of all souls. But Gael himself cared nothing for legend. The only truth that mattered was the one he had yet to find. In the scattered texts of the ringed city, later discovered by those who followed in his wake, there are references to a pilgrim of ash who bore no banner, yet carried all the banners of man within his heart. The scholars who pieced together his passage noted that wherever he tread, hollows would rise briefly from their slumber, as if stirred by an ancient memory. Perhaps they sensed what he sought, that their fragmented souls were all pieces of the same broken whole. The dark soul was not a single flame waiting to be claimed, but the scattered inheritance of every human that ever lived. And Gael, in his endless march, was slowly gathering it. The irony of Gael's pilgrimage lies in the purity of his corruption. The longer he pursued the dark soul, the more it consumed him, feeding on his devotion, reshaping his will. His hunger grew, not for food or rest, but for essence, the taste of humanity itself. The line between seeker and devourer blurred. Each fragment he found made him stronger, yet also more enslaved to his purpose. In this paradox, the cycle repeated itself once more. A being born of servitude becoming bound again, this time not to a god, but to the truth he pursued. But perhaps that was inevitable. In the world of dark souls, even freedom demands a price. There are faint echoes suggesting that Gael's journey led him through the ruins of the abyss. Watchers, stronghold, warriors, who, too, were consumed by their oaths. He may have paused in Farron Keep, where the black ooze of the abyss bubbled up through the mire. The air there would have been thick with the smell of burnt moss and stagnant death, the reflection of his own decay. The Watchers had sought to contain the abyss, but Gael no longer sought containment. He sought communion. Every trace of humanity's darkness was sacred to him, a fragment of the greater whole. It was here, perhaps, that he began to dream of the ringed city, that forbidden realm said to rest at the world's edge, where the pygmy lords once hid themselves and their dark soul from the reach of the gods. Many had searched for it and perished in madness, for the path to that city was no longer part of mortal geography. It lay at the convergence of memory and end time, accessible only to those who had already been forgotten by history. To reach it, one had to be erased, to become nothing but purpose. Gael, the slave knight who had surrendered even his name, was precisely that. And so his pilgrimage led him onward, beyond the crumbling spires of Lothric and into realms where even the flame's shadow could not reach. Each step he took was a rejection of the world's design, a refusal to accept the decay of meaning. The earth beneath him was grey and lifeless, the air heavy with the silence of exhausted gods. Yet he moved forward, the last heartbeat in a dying cosmos, guided by a vision only he could see, that somewhere, buried beneath time itself, lay the blood of the dark soul, and within it, the colour of humanity's rebirth. As he disappeared into the horizon where land met nothing, his figure dissolved once more into myth. But the world, though dying, seemed to pause. For a brief, impossible moment, even the ash drifted slower in the air, as if it too were listening. The pilgrimage of Gael was more than a journey of flesh. It was the movement of humanity's last will, the final march toward understanding what it means to exist after meaning itself has burned away. And yet, as with all things in this world, purpose carries peril. For the deeper Gael journeyed into the silence, the louder the call of the dark soul became. The boundary between devotion and consumption was thinning, and, in the crimson twilight, one question remained. When he finally found what he sought, would Gael still be Gael? At the world's edge, where the sky no longer bore the warmth of light, and the earth had forgotten the rhythm of growth, Gael's journey reached the threshold of the impossible. The pilgrim of ash had wandered beyond kingdoms, beyond flame, beyond the bounds of the god's dominion, until only silence remained. It was here, in that vast stillness, where time itself seemed to hesitate, that he found the first traces of the ringed city. The legends spoke of it in whispers, describing a realm sealed beneath layers of illusion and divine deceit. The final refuge of humanity's first kin. The pygmies who had hidden themselves and their dark soul away when Gwyn's fire first rose. Few believed it existed, and fewer still sought it. But Gael, whose purpose burned brighter than reason, had followed its echo through the centuries. The entrance was not marked by gates or heraldry. It appeared like a mirage, the faint curve of a city half sunken into the ashen sea, its walls coiled inward as though it had been built to hide from the sky itself. At its heart rose a great ring, a structure both architectural and metaphysical, a symbol of the cycle that had imprisoned gods and mortals alike. Here, the past folded upon itself like parchment burned at the edges, and all the ages of fire and dark mingled indistinguishably. The ringed city was not merely a place, it was the grave of time. When Gael crossed its threshold, the world changed around him. The air grew thick, not with smoke or rot, but with a memory. Every stone he stepped upon seemed to hum faintly with voices, echoes of those who had once lived there, the descendants of the furtive pygmy who had sought peace at the world's end. They had lived in quiet seclusion, protected by the god's promise that their secret would remain buried forever. But even the divine cannot preserve isolation against eternity. The city had not been destroyed by war or flame. It had simply eroded under the weight of its own forgotten purpose. The first figures Gael encountered were the ringed knights, ancient warriors encased in blackened armor that shimmered faintly with the reflection of distant fire. They bore swords inscribed with runes of servitude, remnants of oaths forged during the Age of Gods. Their purpose, long since decayed into instinct, was to protect the city from intruders. Yet when they turned their gaze upon Gael, there was no hatred in their hollow eyes, only recognition. In him, they saw the echo of their own fate, servants bound by duty to masters long dead. They attacked not from malice, but from memory, enacting the rituals of guardianship in a world where nothing remained to guard. Gael fought them not as an enemy, but as a mirror. His blade, rusted yet resolute, moved with the slowness of inevitability. Each strike felt less like combat and more like release, a mercy extended to those who no longer knew how to rest. When the final night fell, his body dissolved into motes of light that drifted upward, merging with the crimson haze that hung eternally over the city. Gael watched in silence, perhaps sensing that he too would one day ascend as ash to join that red twilight. Beyond the gates of the ringed city, Gael found the ruins of a civilization that had turned inward, architecture built in spirals and loops, as though the people had sought to fold reality around themselves, sealing the dark soul at their center. Great slabs of marble depicted the gods towering over humanity, their hands raised in both protection and suppression. Time had eroded their features, leaving only faceless silhouettes. The murals seemed to tremble in the dim light, as though ashamed of the false history they portrayed. To walk among them was to feel the tension between divine narrative and human truth, a story written in light that had always feared the dark. At the city's heart, Gael came upon the remnants of a lake, its waters dried to a mirror of black glass. Within that reflection shimmered something deeper than shadow, a presence, ancient and sorrowful. It was said that beneath this lake lay the resting place of the pygmy lords, who had long ago divided the dark soul into fragments and sealed them away to prevent their misuse. Whether Gael knew this from legend or instinct does not matter. He understood what it meant. This was the threshold between mortality and the origin of mankind's essence. To reach it, he would have to confront not only guardians of flesh, but the remnants of the god's deception itself. Somewhere in that half-sunken realm, Filianora slept. Daughter of Gwyn, she had been placed there to watch over the ringed city, her dream maintaining the illusion of time's continuity. It was through her slumber that the city remained frozen in a false serenity, untouched by the collapse of the outer world. Gael, upon learning of her, did not hesitate. For a man who had already forsaken the cycles of fire, divine dreams meant nothing. To awaken Filianore would be to shatter the illusion and reveal what lay beyond the final veil, the true end of all things. The chamber of Filianore was silent when Gael entered. She lay upon a bed of white cloth, her face serene, her hair pale as moonlight. In her hands, she held a cracked egg, a symbol of stasis, of time held captive within divine will. For a long while, Gael stood before her, the weight of his pilgrimage pressing upon him like the ashes of every soul he had ever known. Then, without ceremony or reverence, he reached forward and touched the egg. It broke easily, like thin glass, and at that moment, the illusion collapsed. The world convulsed. The city around him dissolved into desolation, its beauty stripped away to reveal the truth beneath. Towers became broken spines jutting from a sea of dust. The sky turned a violent crimson, and time itself fractured. The sleeping goddess vanished, her dream undone. Where once there had been eternity, there now stood only aftermath. The The ringed city was revealed not as a sanctuary, but as a tomb, the last grave of a world that had already ended long ago. Gael stood amidst that ruin, the only living thing in a world of death. Before him stretched an endless plain of ash, beneath a sun that bled across the horizon. In that lightless wasteland, he felt the call grow stronger than ever. The dark soul was near, its resonance echoing through the dead air like a heartbeat beneath the earth. He followed it, descending deeper into the silence until he reached the final altar of humanity's origin. There, in the hollow beneath the red sky, he found what he had sought for centuries: the remains of the pygmy lords, their bodies long turned to dust, their essence crystallized into droplets of dark blood. This was the dark soul's blood, the primordial pigment from which humanity's truth could be drawn. Gael fell to his knees before it, trembling not with fear, but with awe. All the ages of fire and dark, all the wars and sacrifices, all the pain and devotion, it had all led here to this quiet pool of black-red light. The blood shimmered like the reflection of eternity itself. In that moment, something within him broke. The hunger that had guided him for so long overwhelmed the man he had once been. He reached out, his hands shaking, and gathered the blood into himself. At first, it burned, a sensation of divinity inverted, as though the cosmos itself were collapsing inward through his veins. But the pain soon gave way to something worse: understanding. He saw the truth of the dark soul, its infinite depth, its insatiable hunger. It was not a gift meant to be possessed. It was a mirror meant to be shared. In taking it wholly into himself, Gael had consumed not only the blood of the dark soul, but the essence of all humanity. The transformation began slowly. His flesh darkened, his eyes blazed with the crimson light of apocalypse. The hunger that had driven him turned upon itself, devouring his mind, his will, his memories. What remained was a creature of pure purpose, a vessel overflowing with the blood of every soul that ever lived. Yet somewhere within that monstrous shell, a fragment of the old Gael still lingered. The knight who had promised the painter a new world. It was this remnant of self that held his madness in check, long enough to await the one who would inherit his burden. Far above, in the fading lands of Lothric, the Ashen One stirred once more. A whisper carried through the dying wind, a call that was neither prayer nor command, but destiny itself. The Slave Knight had found the truth, but the truth had consumed him. Now, the end of all things beckoned the last soul capable of understanding it. And so, beneath the crimson sun, Gael waited, his body hollowed, his purpose complete, his hunger eternal. The ringed city lay silent around him, its guardians turned to dust, its dream broken. Only the sound of wind over ash remained, and in that sound, a quiet promise that one final meeting would decide the fate of all humanity. For even as the gods had perished, one man's devotion still burned, and in that devotion, the world itself might find its final colour. At the end of the world, beneath a sky the colour of an open wound, the silence of the ringed city was broken only by the steady drip of something ancient and alive. It was not water that flowed through those empty streets, but blood. The blood of the dark soul, seeping through the dust like ink from a split quill. It shimmered faintly beneath the crimson light, too thick to be mortal, too luminous to belong to any creature of flesh. It was the blood of the pygmies, the origin of all mankind, the residue of that primordial gift that had once set humanity apart from the gods. For ages it had slept, undisturbed beneath Filianore's dream, locked away in time's unending loop. But now the dream was broken, and its color had begun to awaken. Gael stood at the center of that awakening. His armor hung loosely from his body, the rusted plates now fused with sinew and thread-like veins of darkened blood. His breath came slow and ragged, each exhalation carrying with it a faint red mist. The dark soul's essence coursed through him, rewriting what it meant to be human, burning away all boundaries between man and myth. The transformation was neither glorious nor divine. It was raw, painful, and absolute. To possess the dark soul was to carry within oneself the sum of every human longing, fear, and failure, all the joy and despair that had ever been born from the flame's shadow. The weight of it was beyond mortal endurance, yet Gael bore it still. The chronicles of that moment describe not a god's ascension, but a man's unmaking. As the blood of the dark soul filled him, Gael's memories began to unravel. He saw flashes of the past, the snows of Ariandel, the face of the painter, the ruins of Lothric, the countless bodies of the fallen whose souls he had once consumed. Each vision flickered and died, like embers swept by the wind, leaving behind only the hollow echo of purpose. The dark soul had no sympathy for its bearer. It was not a gift, but a mirror, reflecting back to him the truth of his own servitude. The devotion that had once defined him now became hunger. What he had sought to use as pigment for the painter's creation now sought to devour the world itself. The dark soul is unlike any other form of power. The gods' souls, those of light, death, and life, are finite, bound to the cycles of fire. They can be divided, shared, even rekindled. But the dark soul, the soul of humanity, is infinite in a different way. It does not burn brighter when kindled. It deepens when understood. It thrives not in light, but in consciousness, in the endless capacity for reflection, suffering, and memory. When Gael consumed the dark soul's blood, he became the vessel of that infinite introspection. The blood sought to experience itself through him, to taste existence once more through mortal senses. His hunger was not for domination, but for comprehension. He devoured to remember, to feel, to affirm that even in extinction, the human soul endured. Yet the paradox grew unbearable. To carry all humanity's essence is to bear its contradictions. Compassion and cruelty, love and despair, creation and ruin. The blood within him began to rebel, expanding beyond the limits of flesh. His body swelled with the pressure of eternity, veins glowing with a crimson light that pulsed in rhythm with the dying sun above. He roared, not in rage, but in agony, the sound of every human voice compressed into one broken cry. The ringed city trembled under the force of it, its walls splitting, its towers collapsing into dust. The air shimmered as though reality itself was struggling to contain what he had become. Those who came later, the last pilgrims who wandered into that place after the world's twilight, wrote that they found the ground slick with blood that did not clot, its surface reflecting memories not their own. Faces flickered in it, countless, fleeting, familiar, and forgotten, as though the blood remembered every human that had ever lived. The scholars would argue endlessly whether Gael had become a vessel or a devourer, whether his madness was punishment or transcendence. But in truth, such distinctions no longer mattered. Gael's body had become a relic of humanity's final evolution. The point where knowledge and hunger became the same. Far above, in the realms that still clung to existence, the Ashen One felt the pull of this catastrophe. It was not a summons of words, but of instinct, a resonance within the soul, a whisper carried on the last breath of the world. The dark soul was calling. Its vessel, Gael, was nearing the limit of his endurance, and his purpose, though consumed by madness, remained incomplete. For in his fragmented mind, the old promise still lingered. The painter awaited her pigment. He had come to gather the blood of the dark soul so that she might create a world untouched by flame or dark, a world born of pure humanity. And though he no longer recognized himself, some last remnant of that vow endured. He waited not for salvation, but for witness. The blood that poured through the city did not flow naturally. It pulsed toward the center, where Gael knelt in the dust, his form both colossal and skeletal. His cape fluttered in the wind like torn flesh, his once human frame stretched by power beyond measure. Around him, the ground was cracked and scorched, each fissure glowing faintly red, as if the world's veins had surfaced. The dark soul was bleeding, and Gael was both its wound and its vessel. The sky above had lost all color except red, a hue so deep it seemed to drink in the light around it. The boundary between heaven and earth blurred, and for the first time since the flame's first flicker, the cosmos itself seemed to lean inward, watching. It is said that the dark soul was never meant to be possessed by one alone. When the furtive pygmy divided it among humanity, it was to share its weight, to diffuse its burden across countless lives. Gael, by taking it whole, had undone that design. Within him, every human soul that had ever been born now stirred and clamored for expression. Each memory sought voice, each desire sought body. The chaos of that multitude tore at him from within, reshaping his consciousness into something vast and unstable. He became both the devourer and the devoured, the painter and the pigment, the seeker and the sought. His every heartbeat was an echo of creation's first breath and its final sigh. As the blood reached its saturation, Gael's humanity, that fragile ember that had survived countless ages, began to dim. What remained of his will turned inward, searching for meaning amid the noise. Perhaps he thought of the painter, of her small hands clutching the brush, waiting for the color that could birth a new world. Perhaps he prayed that the blood within him would outlast his madness long enough for her to use it. Or perhaps, at that moment, he no longer thought at all. His consciousness dissolved into the vast ocean of humanity's collective yearning. Whatever remained of Gael, the man was fading fast, replaced by a being that was not God, not demon, but memory incarnate. The final record of what it meant to be human. The ringed city, once a labyrinth of silence, now throbbed with the pulse of that blood. Each wave of energy spread outward, painting the ruins in crimson hues. The sand became glass. The air grew heavy with the scent of iron and dust. And at the heart of it all, Gael knelt motionless, his eyes like dying stars, his armor fused to his skin. The transformation was complete. The slave knight had become the vessel of the dark soul, the pigment of humanity distilled into flesh. Yet, even as the end drew near, there was one truth that the blood itself seemed to understand. A vessel cannot contain meaning without confrontation. To truly pass the dark soul into the world, Gael's existence would need to be witnessed, challenged, and broken. Only through struggle could essence become legacy. The blood was not meant to rest, it was meant to flow. And so, across the dying landscape, a figure began to approach, drawn by fate, by fire, by the faint call of a promise made long ago. The Ashen One had come. Their meeting would not be of hatred, but of necessity. Gael, now beyond reason, would face the one who still bore the ember of will. The blood of the dark soul would demand release, and through battle it would find expression. The world would end not with silence, but with the echo of two souls clashing beneath a sun that bled for them both. For in that confrontation lay the paradox of humanity itself. That even in the face of total annihilation, there remains the instinct to reach out, to struggle, to create meaning where none should exist. Gael's blood would paint the sky, and from it, the final color of mankind would emerge. And so, at the farthest horizon, as the red light thickened into dusk and the wind carried the scent of ancient iron, the Ashen One descended into the Valley of Ash, where Gael awaited. The blood of the dark soul shimmered like a sea between them, reflecting not two figures, but one, the eternal image of humanity confronting itself. At the very edge of time, where the earth dissolved into dust and the heavens hung heavy with blood, the final meeting took place. The Ashen One stepped across a plane that was no longer a world, but a memory. Each grain of ash, a fragment of what had once been living matter. The air was thick with the scent of iron and ozone, as though the atmosphere itself had been infused with the residue of humanity's soul. There was no sound of wind or wave, no song of life, only the faint, rhythmic pulse of the dark soul's blood, seeping through the cracked earth like the heartbeat of a dying god. And there, kneeling amidst that scarlet desolation, was Gael. He no longer resembled the Slave Knight who had once guided the Ashen One through the frozen wastes of Ariandel. His form was monstrous, his back arched beneath the weight of the Dark Soul's corruption, his skin torn where the blood had forced its way outward. His cloak, tattered and fused to his armor, fluttered in the dead air like the last banner of mankind. His face, obscured by his cowl, was less a visage than a ruin, hollow eyes burning with the color of centuries of pain. And yet beneath that monstrous shell, there was recognition. For a moment, the two simply stood. One the remnant of a cycle ending, the other its witness. Between them stretched not enmity, but understanding. They were bound by the same destiny, though one had become its vessel and the other its executor. In the dying world, there was no victory left to claim, no kingdom left to rule, only the duty to end what must be ended. Gael rose slowly, his joints creaking like ancient wood. He clutched his great sword, a relic blackened by ages of battle. The blade shimmered faintly with streaks of red, as if soaked in the very pigment he had consumed. Around him, the blood of the Dark Soul began to stir, responding to his will. It rose in waves, forming ripples that bent light and space alike. The air thickened, pressing down with the gravity of countless souls. In that moment, Gael was no longer a man, nor even a knight. He was the manifestation of humanity's final hunger, a being sustained not by purpose, but by necessity. The Ashen One drew closer, their steps sinking softly into the ash. There were no words exchanged. None were needed. The world itself was the silence between them. When Gael lunged forward, the motion was both violent and sacred. A prayer made manifest through steel. The two figures collided beneath the bleeding sun, the impact sending ripples through the air that shimmered like liquid glass. The ground cracked beneath their feet, and the dust rose in spirals that caught the light like dying fireflies. Every strike of Gael's blade carried the weight of an age. His movements, though monstrous, retained the precision of an old soldier. Yet with each swing, it became clear that this battle was not one of conquest. Gael was not defending himself, nor seeking to destroy his foe. He was testing the last remnant of humanity, urging the Ashen One to prove that the blood he carried was worthy to become the pigment of the new world. His attacks were both a challenge and an offering, each one shedding fragments of the Dark Soul into the air, droplets of red that hovered like stars before sinking into the ground. The Ashen One met his blows with patience and resolve. Their weapon, whatever relic they carried from the long wars of Lothric, glowed faintly with embers that refused to die. Fire and dark, the two halves of the same cosmic inheritance, clashed again and again, neither yielding nor triumphing. Sparks became fireflies, The air grew thick with echoes. Each impact was a heartbeat, each step a stanza in the final poem of existence. As the battle raged, Gael's body began to unravel further. His cloak split, revealing the raw sinew beneath. His breath came in growls that trembled between agony and ecstasy. He bled not with pain, but with release, the blood of the dark soul spilling freely, painting the ground in deep crimson. With every wound he suffered, the landscape grew more vivid, as though the very world were drinking his essence. The sky deepened in colour, turning from red to a shade of purple-black, the hue of twilight that precedes creation. The Ashen One pressed on, undeterred. They understood, in some unspoken way, that this was not a duel between enemies, but the culmination of everything humanity had endured. Gael was the vessel. They were the witness. Through their clash, meaning itself would find a form. The ring of steel upon steel became a chorus, the last hymn of the Age of Fire, sung in the language of ruin. When Gael staggered, his sword sinking into the ground, he looked up at the Ashen One. His voice, when it came, was barely human, a rasp carried by wind and memory. Ah, the blood of the dark soul. The words were not a plea, but an invocation, a reminder of the purpose that had carried him across centuries. His eyes, dim but unbroken, met the Ashen One's gaze. For a fleeting instant, clarity returned. The spark of the man who had once knelt in the cathedral, asking for help to show a little girl her flame. That moment passed as quickly as it came, swallowed again by the endless hunger. The final phase of the battle began. The blood of the dark soul erupted from the ground, coalescing into storms of crimson lightning. Gael's movements became erratic, almost divine, his strength renewed by the fury of the essence within him. He leapt, twisted, and crashed down with the force of 1,000 lives, each strike resonating like a heartbeat within the hollow sky. The Ashen One, battered but unwavering, answered every blow with the calm of inevitability. This was the dance of the end, chaos refining itself into purpose. At last, the two stood amidst devastation. The world around them was barely recognizable. The once ashen plain, now drenched in rivers of red. The sky torn open to reveal a void that glowed faintly with distant embers. Gael, his strength nearly gone, stumbled forward, his blade dragging through the blood-soaked ground. The Ashen One raised their weapon, not in malice, but in reverence. This was not an execution, but a release. When the final strike fell, it was gentle, a whisper rather than a roar. Gael collapsed to his knees, his sword slipping from his grasp. The blood around him began to still, its ripples fading into silence. He looked down at his trembling hands, then back toward the Ashen One, as though seeing, for the first time, what he had truly accomplished. His voice came one last time, fragile but at peace. The blood will paint her world. He fell forward, his body dissolving into motes of red light that drifted upward like dust caught in the dawn. The Ashen One knelt beside him, reaching out to touch the ground where his blood pooled. It shimmered faintly, alive and warm, the colour of the dark soul, the colour of humanity itself. The battle had ended, not in destruction, but in creation. Above them, the red sun began to fade, its light softening into the pallor of new beginnings. The world remained broken, yet within that ruin lay the promise of something beyond cycles. A canvas waiting to be filled. The Ashen One gathered what remained of Gael's blood, cradling it as one might a sacred relic. Its glow was faint, but steady. This was the pigment the painter had awaited, the final gift of a knight who'd carried the burden of all mankind. And so, in the silence that followed, the Ashen One turned toward the horizon, where the world no longer existed. The path ahead was uncertain, but the purpose was clear. The last battle beneath the red sun had ended, but its color, deep, sorrowful, eternal, would live on. As the dust settled and the world exhaled its final breath, only one question lingered in the stillness. When all has been painted, will the color of humanity be enough to outshine the void? The red sun had finally fallen, leaving the sky in a state of serene exhaustion. In the valley where Gael's blood had spilled, silence took form again, tender and immense. The Ashen One stood amidst the stillness, the only living thing in a world that had finished its story. The air shimmered faintly, not with heat, but with memory. Every grain of ash seemed to hum with quiet reverence, as though the earth itself was paying respect to the one who had carried humanity's final burden. The blood of the dark soul, warm and radiant in the Ashen One's grasp, pulsed faintly like a heartbeat that refused to fade. It was thick, ancient, and alive, each drop carrying within it the memory of countless lives that had once burned and faded beneath the same sun. Far away, beyond the dead city and the fractured realms, the painter waited. She had no name, none that had ever been spoken aloud at least. To the world, she was only the painter, a quiet child hidden within a frozen sanctuary, destined to create a world of her own. Gael had found her there, long ago, in the painted world of Ariandel, a place where rot had overtaken beauty, where stillness had masqueraded as peace. He had promised her fire, not the flame of gods or the curse of cinder, but a new fire born from humanity's truth. When the world is finished, he had told her, you will make a new one. That promise had carried him across centuries, through madness and ruin, until it became the final light of his life. Now, the promise returned to her. The Ashen One, carrying the blood of the dark soul, stepped through worlds unseen. Time itself folded in quiet reverence, allowing passage where walls once stood. The path to Ariandel was not a road, but a memory, a pull backward through dreams and unspoken oaths. When the Ashen One emerged within the frozen chapel, the world seemed suspended between death and rebirth. Snow drifted soundlessly through the air, and the soft glow of a dying fire painted the stone walls with gold. The painter was there, sitting before her vast canvas. Her small frame seemed weightless against the immensity of the blank surface that loomed before her. She turned when the Ashen One approached, her eyes carrying the calm of someone who had already seen beyond endings. You've returned, she said softly, her voice more wonder than statement. Her gaze fell upon the vial that held the blood, and for a moment she hesitated, as though sensing its gravity, the echo of all the souls contained within. When she reached out, her fingers did not tremble. The blood pulsed once, like recognition. This, she whispered, will be my color. She poured a single drop upon the tip of her brush, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The pigment shimmered, not red, not black, but something between the two, a hue that shifted like thought. It was not the color of destruction, but of remembrance. As she lifted the brush to the canvas, the Ashen One could feel the presence of Gael in that still room. His will, his devotion, his exhaustion turned into purpose. The first stroke descended like dawn upon the void. The act of painting in that frozen world was not art. It was resurrection. Each stroke was a prayer, each motion a reclaiming of existence. The blood did not simply tint the canvas, it wove itself through it, becoming both material and spirit. The world that emerged from those strokes was not yet visible, but its shape could be felt. An age without flame, without gods, where the cycle of linking and fading would finally come to rest. The painter worked slowly, reverently, as though she understood the enormity of what she was creating. As she painted, she spoke, not to the Ashen One, but to the memory of the knight who had given her this gift. "He said the fire would guide me," she murmured, her words faint beneath the hum of falling snow. "But this is not fire. It is the warmth of blood. It is the color of life that has known suffering." Her hand paused briefly, then resumed. "I will make a world that remembers him, a place where his sorrow becomes peace." The Ashen One listened in silence, their thoughts returning to that final battlefield beneath the bleeding sun. The sound of Gael's labored breathing, his trembling words, his collapse into light, all of it lingered like an echo in their bones. They realized then that Gael had never truly sought salvation for himself. His pilgrimage had always been for others, for humanity, for art, for the fragile beauty that survives even in ruin. The blood of the dark soul was his masterpiece, his final act of faith in the idea that something pure could be born from the ashes of endless cycles. As the painter worked, the walls of the chapel began to glow with a soft radiance. The snow outside shifted to gentle flakes of light, and for the first time since the world had begun to fade, warmth returned. The Ashen One felt it in their chest, faint but real. The color that bled from the canvas was unlike any flame or sunlight. It was quieter, deeper, resonant with memory. It was humanity's light, not burning, but living. In that moment, the Ashen One understood what Gael had sought all along. The Dark Soul's blood was never meant to create power or dominion. It was meant to create expression, to give humanity the ability to define itself, not in the language of gods or fire, but in the language of remembrance. Through the painter, humanity would begin again, not as conquerors, not as worshippers, but as creators. The Ashen One turned to leave, their task complete. But before they stepped into the snow, the painter spoke again. "Wait," she said, her voice soft yet unwavering. "When you return to your rest, tell him that his color is beautiful." They nodded once, understanding that she was speaking not to them, but to the universe, to the spirit of a man who had become legend, then memory, then pigment. The Ashen One looked once more upon the canvas, its first lines still shimmering, alive. The hue was neither red nor black now. It was the color of dusk after storm, of morning turned to peace. It was the color of humanity's endurance. Outside, the snow fell in silence. The Ashen One's footsteps left no mark upon the ground. The sky above was grey, but softer than before, as though even the heavens were exhaling after an age of tension. In the distance, faintly, there was the suggestion of warmth, not a flame, but something gentler. Perhaps it was memory taking root. Gael's promise had been kept. The painter had begun her work, and though the world remained fractured and still, it now contained the possibility of renewal. The blood of the dark soul, the pigment of humanity, had found its canvas. Yet beneath that calm, a quiet question stirred. One that neither the Ashen One nor the painter could yet answer. If humanity's essence could create a world, could it also destroy it again? Would this new age, too, find itself repeating the same longing that had birthed it? Or would the memory of Gael's sacrifice finally break the circle? For now, there was only the hush of creation, and within it, the sound of a brush touching canvas, steady and eternal, painting the first light of a world born from the colour of sorrow. Long before the world knew names like Lothric or Gwyn, before fire first split the darkness into light and shadow, the world was a grey stillness. In that age, there were no distinctions, no heat or cold, no life or death. The dragons reigned then, timeless and immutable, their scales of stone impervious to decay. The world they ruled was unchanging, an eternity of sameness. Yet within that sameness, beneath the roots of the world, something stirred. It was not flame, nor was it shadow. It was the potential for both, the quiet pulse of possibility waiting to be seen. And when the first flame was born, splitting the grey into opposites, the cosmos learned what it meant to move. From that single fire, 4 great beings emerged, each drawn to a fragment of its light. Gwyn claimed the soul of light, Nito the soul of death, the witch of Izalith the soul of life, and the furtive pygmy, unnoticed, unnamed, claimed what was left. It was not brilliant like Gwyn's, nor mighty like Nito's. It was deep, quiet, and infinite, the dark soul. It pulsed not with radiance, but with reflection. Where the other souls burned outward, the dark soul turned inward, a mirror rather than a torch. And within that mirror lay the seed of humanity. The pygmy understood, perhaps instinctively, that this soul was not meant for conquest. It was meant for inheritance. The others sought to shape the world through dominance, through fire, through death, through creation. But the pygmy's soul was patient, self-aware. It did not demand worship, it did not hunger for empire, it simply was. And so, the pygmy divided it, scattering fragments among his kin, the nascent race that would come to be called humans. Each fragment carried the essence of selfhood, consciousness, sorrow, memory, and the ability to choose. In the giving of his soul, the pygmy birthed the concept of individuality. The gods would later fear that gift more than any weapon, for while their flames burned bright, they also consumed. The gods' light demanded obedience, cycles, and continuation. Humanity's darkness asked only to be, to endure without worship, to find meaning without decree. It was, in its quiet way, the first act of rebellion against divine order. Thus began the silent war between fire and dark, not of armies and blades, but of philosophies. When Gwyn rose to power, his light reshaped the world. The dragons fell, their age ending in storms of lightning and fire. Gwyn's kingdom of sunlight spread across the land, radiant and absolute. The witch of Izalith built her flame-born city, and Nito filled the caverns with the repose of death. The age of fire had begun. But deep beneath the earth, the pygmies remained. They watched as the gods built their empire upon the illusion of permanence, and they waited, knowing that fire, by its nature, must one day fade. In the fading, the dark would rise. The cycle began long before anyone named it. The flame would wane, and from its embers, a chosen undead would rise, a bearer of flame or shadow, each bound to a fate that had been written before thought itself. Some linked the fire, prolonging the god's dominion. Others let it die, allowing the dark to reclaim its quiet sovereignty. Yet no matter the choice, the pattern endured. Fire and dark, light and reflection, each chasing the other like waves upon the shore. To understand Gael's pilgrimage is to understand this truth, that the dark soul was never meant to oppose the flame. It was meant to complete it. Fire gives form, darkness gives meaning. Light reveals, shadow defines. But the gods, in their arrogance, could not bear equality. They named the dark evil, the abyss corruption, and in doing so condemned themselves to eternal struggle. They feared humanity, not because it was weak, but because it could see. The dark soul, scattered within men, allowed them to recognize the futility of the divine order. The pygmy lords, descendants of that first bearer, understood this balance. They did not seek to extinguish the flame, but to preserve the truth that lay beyond it. In the deep caverns of the world, they built their cities, hidden realms where the dark soul could remain untouched by the god's flame. The ringed city was their sanctuary, a refuge built not from pride, but from fear. They sought protection, and in that desire, they accepted Gwyn's false promise of safety. His daughter Filianori became their guardian, her dream a veil of illusion that froze their world in timeless slumber. The pygmies believed themselves safe, yet their safety was a prison. For in stasis, even truth decays. Centuries passed. The age of fire dimmed and rekindled 1,000 times, each age shorter than the last. Humanity's fragments of the dark soul grew restless. The yearning for freedom became hunger. The hunger became despair. The abyss, the natural shadow of consciousness, began to spread wherever men gathered, feeding upon their unchecked desires. Yet even this corruption was not purely evil. It was the result of imbalance. Darkness without light, reflection without form. The gods' refusal to acknowledge the dark as equal ensured that every attempt at harmony would end in tragedy. Gael's pilgrimage, in its quiet way, was an attempt to restore that balance. By gathering the dark soul's fragments, he sought not domination, but reunion. He carried within him the echo of the pygmies' first act. To bring humanity together. To make whole what had been divided. Yet unlike the pygmy, Gael's world was one where even the flame had lost its will. The gods were gone, their thrones empty, their legacies reduced to dust and cinders. The flame's shadow had grown too long, and only the dark remained awake. When Gael found the blood of the dark soul beneath the ringed city, it was not a discovery, it was a return. He had arrived at the place where humanity began, at the resting ground of its first fathers. The blood he took into himself was not alien, it was kin. It was the same essence that flowed through every living human since the dawn of time. But in his isolation, he misunderstood its purpose. The dark soul was not meant to be consumed by one. It was meant to be shared among all. In taking it whole, he became both savior and sinner. His devotion, so pure and unselfish, transformed into hunger. He bore the soul of humanity within him, yet in doing so, became the abyss incarnate. This is the tragedy of the dark soul, that its beauty lies in unity, yet its curse lies in division. Every human carries a fragment, and thus every human carries loneliness. The desire to reconnect drives all creation, all love, all war. The gods burn for eternity, but humanity yearns for wholeness. The flame illuminates the world, but the dark soul remembers it. As the painter's brush moved across her canvas, the Ashen One watched in quiet understanding. The blood she used was not merely pigment, it was lineage. It was the continuation of that first, furtive act of defiance. The moment when the smallest being in creation had dared to keep a piece of eternity for himself. Through Gael's sacrifice, that inheritance had come full circle. The dark soul, scattered through ages of sorrow, now returned to creation through art. Perhaps that is why the gods had always feared it. For the dark soul did not need worship to create. It did not need fire to sustain itself. It simply needed memory. And in that memory lay the true immortality of mankind. Not the endless cycles of flame, but the quiet persistence of being remembered, even in ruin. The painter dipped her brush once more into the blood. "This colour," she murmured, "it feels like home." And perhaps it was. For the dark soul was not a curse, nor a weapon. It was humanity itself, the will to endure, to dream, to create, even when the light has gone out. But the story of the dark soul is not finished with its origin. Its power, its echoes, and its many distortions would ripple outward through the world's ages, reshaping the destiny of all who touched it. The dark was not content to rest. It would move again, reaching through the ruins of time, whispering to those who still sought meaning in the ashes. And so the question remained, lingering like a heartbeat beneath eternity. When the fire has faded, and only humanity's reflection remains. Will the dark soul remember what it was meant to be? Or will it seek to devour itself once more? In the time before memory, when the dragons still loomed motionless against a pale sky, and the first flame had only just begun to flicker, the smallest of the ancient beings stood apart from the rest. He was neither radiant like Gwyn, nor terrible like Nito. His name was never recorded, his face never carved upon the stones of history. He was the furtive pygmy, the forgotten ancestor of mankind. And it was in his obscurity that his true significance lay. For while others grasped at glory and built empires upon the brilliance of their souls, the pygmy chose the quiet inheritance of the dark soul, a gift that whispered rather than roared. It is said that when he first gazed into the flame, he did not see triumph or dominion. He saw reflection. Where the gods saw power, he saw understanding. The dark soul was not a weapon, but a mirror, a deep, still pool in which the self could behold itself without illusion. It was the soul of consciousness, of introspection, of endless thought. To hold it was to know oneself completely, and in that knowing, to perceive the impermanence of all things. Perhaps that is why the pygmy hid his gift. The others burned so brightly that they could not see beyond their own radiance. He alone understood that light is most fragile when it forgets the shadow that defines it. The pygmy divided his soul, portioning it into fragments that he offered to his kin. In that act, he became both creator and liberator. Each fragment carried a spark of selfhood, not strength, but awareness, the ability to question, to dream, to grieve. Thus, humanity was born not from fire, but from reflection. The gods would never understand this. They mistook the stillness of the dark soul for weakness, its humility for submission. And so, they built their world of fire, shaping reality in their image, never realizing that in the quiet beneath their feet, another kind of world was waiting to awaken. The pygmy and his kin withdrew into the deep earth, far from the reach of divine light. There, in caverns unlit by flame, they built the first of humanity's sanctuaries, a kingdom not of power, but of memory. They called it the Ringed City. Its architecture was circular, its walls coiling inward as though to protect the center from intrusion. At that center, the fragments of the dark soul pulsed like a heartbeat, quiet yet eternal. Time flowed differently there, not in fire's violent bursts, but in the slow rhythm of contemplation. When Gwyn discovered the pygmy's existence, his reaction was not of gratitude, but of fear. The Lord of Sunlight, whose radiance had banished the grey from the world, saw in the dark soul a reflection of his own mortality. Fire burns, but every flame carries its extinction within it. The dark soul, however, endured without needing to burn. It was not a rival element, but a natural successor, the dusk that follows every dawn. Yet to Gwyn and his children that dusk seemed a threat, an end to their era of light, and so he sought to contain it. He made a covenant with the pygmies, a pact sealed in promise and deception. In exchange for protection from the spreading flames, the pygmies and their descendants would remain hidden, their city veiled by divine illusion. Filianore, Gwyn's gentle daughter, was appointed as their guardian. Her sleep, weaving a dream that kept the ringed city timeless. To the pygmies, this seemed a kindness, an eternal refuge from the chaos of the world above. But in truth, it was imprisonment. Filianore's dream froze them in perpetuity, preserving them not as living beings, but as relics of a history the gods wished to forget. Generations passed, and the pygmies' descendants, the ringed knights, the hollowed lords, the caretakers of the dark soul's remnant, became statues within their own sanctuary. The illusion of peace replaced the vitality of existence. The dark soul's true purpose, to evolve through experience and memory, was denied. What had once been humanity's birthright became its cage. Yet not all pygmies remained bound by this divine deception. Some fled the dream, carrying fragments of the dark soul into the outer world. These fragments mingled with the bloodlines of mortals, their influence spreading quietly through history. They appeared in the abyssal cities of Gael, in the forsaken depths of New Londo, in the descendants of those touched by the dark. Each manifestation was a reflection of humanity's longing for wholeness and its recurring tragedy. For the dark soul's gift was also its curse. Consciousness untempered by balance becomes hunger. The abyss, that endless expanse of shadow, is not an entity, but an emotion. The echo of the dark soul's loneliness magnified beyond reason. When humanity forgets its shared origin, its fragments turn upon one another, seeking in domination the unity they have lost. Kings rise, empires burn, and the gods' old cycle repeats, draped now in mortal guise. But even in this corruption, the dark soul's essence remains unchanged. It remembers. Gael's pilgrimage, in this light, becomes something more than a quest for pigment. It becomes an act of inheritance, the unconscious continuation of the pygmy's legacy. Where the gods sought to suppress and the hollows sought to escape, Gael sought to gather. His journey to the ringed city was not merely a descent into ruin. It was the completion of a circle drawn at the dawn of time. The first bearer of the dark soul had divided it to give humanity individuality. The last bearer would reunite it, so that humanity might remember itself. And yet, like his ancient ancestor, Gael's fate was bound by paradox. The pygmy had hidden the dark soul to preserve it, and in doing so, had consigned it to dormancy. Gael, in revealing it, gave it life again, but in taking it wholly into himself, he ensured his own dissolution. Both sought salvation through division and unity, yet both were consumed by the same truth, that consciousness cannot exist without cost. The dark soul grants awareness, but awareness demands sorrow. The painter's canvas, now touched with that same ancient blood, was the first true continuation of the pygmy's dream. In her hands, the fragments would no longer be divided by fear. Her art would bind them not through control, but through remembrance. The world she painted would not reject the dark. It would embrace it as part of its balance. In her creation, the furtive pygmy's forgotten gift would finally find its purpose. And yet one might wonder, what became of the pygmy himself? Did he fade into myth, his name erased by the light he had once defied? Or does he linger still, in the quiet recesses of the human soul, whispering through the ages that the truest strength lies not in power, but in understanding? The painter once said that every color carries memory. If that is true, then the dark soul, the deepest color of all, must carry the memory of its maker. In every act of creation, in every spark of empathy or grief, the pygmy's legacy stirs. His furtiveness was not cowardice, but wisdom, the knowledge that meaning is not born from glory, but from endurance, and so his silence endures. The gods' flames may die, their monuments crumble, their songs fade into the winds of ash. But the pygmy's quiet light, the reflection that dwells in every human heart, remains. It is the light of recognition, of sorrow, of endless becoming. Perhaps that is the final lesson of the dark soul, that obscurity, not brilliance, is the true cradle of eternity. The painter continues her work still, guided by that same invisible hand. Each stroke of her brush is an echo of the pygmy's first gesture. The division of light and shadow, the act of giving the world back to itself. And somewhere, deep within the rhythm of her work, the ancient soul of humanity hums its ageless song. When the first flame was born, it brought contrast into a world that had never known it. Light and dark, life and death, heat and cold, all concepts that emerged together, twinned from the same breath of creation. The flame was not simply illumination, it was division. The moment when the grey and endless became something capable of meaning. And yet, in its very birth lay its death, for all things that burn are destined to fade. The gods, blinded by the brilliance of their newfound dominion, mistook this temporary radiance for eternity. The greatest of them, Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, believed that by tending the flame he could hold back the inevitable dusk. Thus began the Age of Fire, the most glorious deception in all of existence. It was a beautiful lie. The sunlight cascaded over marble cities, the skies blazed gold, and the gods walked among men. For a time, the world seemed to have found order, a balance shaped by divine will. The dragons were slain, their unchanging eternity shattered by Gwyn's lightning. The Witch of Izalith created new fires from her cauldrons, filling the world with vitality. Nito brought repose to the restless dead, and Seath the Scaleless, who betrayed his kin, spread forbidden knowledge that promised immortality. Yet beneath all this splendor, the flame's shadow lengthened. The more the gods tried to sustain its light, the more it demanded to be fed. The Age of Fire was not a cycle of life. It was a furnace consuming everything it touched. Gwyn's fear of darkness was not simply fear of death, it was fear of irrelevance. For he had seen what waited in the absence of light, the quiet persistence of the dark soul. The gods, radiant and magnificent, were born of the first flame's brilliance, their existence bound to its survival. But humanity, shaped from the pygmy's gift, did not need fire to endure. Their essence was self-sustaining, their being defined not by light, but by memory. To Gwyn, this was an affront to the natural order he believed he ruled. Thus, he turned his war not only against dragons and demons, but against the very nature of mankind. When the flame began to wane, Gwyn faced the inevitable truth. His age was ending. The fire that had birthed him now sought to devour him. In desperation, he made the ultimate sacrifice. He cast aside his godhood, offering his own soul to rekindle the first flame. In that moment, he became its prisoner. His body burned, his mind broke, and the fire he so loved consumed him utterly. Yet the flame did not stabilize. It merely flickered brighter for a while, feeding on his essence. The god's triumph was revealed for what it had always been, a delay. The Age of Fire could not last because its light was born from destruction and its continuance required endless death. This was the original lie of the world, that light is synonymous with life and that darkness must always mean ruin. The gods perpetuated this myth across countless generations, shaping humanity's faith through fear. Link the flame, they commanded. Keep the fire burning. But every rekindling came at a greater cost. Each chosen undead, rising from the curse of immortality, carried the same burden: to decide whether to perpetuate the cycle or to end it. Those who linked the fire sacrificed themselves to prolong the lie. Those who turned away became bearers of the dark, scapegoats for the gods' forgotten sin. In the ruins of Lothric, long after Gwyn's ashes had cooled, this lie continued to echo. The Lords of Cinder, beings who had once linked the flame, slumbered in their tombs, their duty long since hollowed into ritual. Even their resurrection served only to prolong decay. Fire, once sacred, had become parasitic. The linking of the flame no longer restored life, it devoured what little remained. And so the curse of the undead spread, a reflection of the flame's own sickness. Humanity's immortality, their endless resurrection, was not a gift, but a symptom of imbalance. The fire that was meant to define them had instead trapped them in repetition. The gods' monuments crumbled, their names lost to wind and ruin. But their lie persisted, not through worship, but through fear. Every soul that rose from the ashes did so with the belief that fire was the answer, that light must be preserved at all costs. Even the Ashen One, whose journey began with that command, "Link the fire," walked unknowingly within the script written by a dying god. The entire world had become a ritual, a self-consuming story that could no longer remember its beginning. Gael, the slave knight who walked through ages of ash, understood this truth better than most. He had seen what the fire did to those who clung to it. He had watched kings burn themselves into monsters, heroes reduced to embers, gods become ghosts. He knew that to link the flame was not salvation, but surrender. The world did not need another cycle, it needed release. His pilgrimage toward the dark soul was, at its core, a rejection of the fire's lie. He sought not to extinguish the flame, but to replace its dominion with something purer. A creation born not from consumption, but from expression. The dark soul was the only force in existence that could endure without devouring. It did not demand sacrifice, it invited understanding. Through it, humanity could remember what the gods had forgotten, that endings are not failures, but transformations. Yet to awaken that truth, someone had to bear the weight of all the centuries of lies, to absorb the residue of countless burned ages. That someone was Gael. His journey was not rebellion against the gods, it was compassion for mankind. The painter, in her quiet sanctuary, understood this in her own way. Her new world would not be born from the flame's tyranny. It would not fear shadow, nor worship light. It would live in the balance between the two, the twilight that the gods had denied. When she dipped her brush into Gael's blood, she was not creating a replacement for the world that was lost. She was fulfilling the oldest, most sacred law of existence, that life continues through remembrance, not repetition. The lie of the Age of Fire had been that life could be preserved forever. But the truth of the dark soul was that life must change to remain whole. Each age must die for the next to live. The fire's hunger made this impossible, chaining time into an endless spiral. Gael's sacrifice and the painter's art broke that chain. For the first time since the first flame, something new could exist, not a continuation, but a beginning. And yet, the question remains whether the god's lie truly dies. Even now, within the deepest recesses of the human spirit, the memory of fire still burns, the longing for permanence, the fear of the dark. The painter's world, though born from blood, may one day face its own temptation to light, its own desire to repeat what it was meant to transcend. For that is humanity's eternal struggle, to accept impermanence without seeking to control it. Perhaps that is why Gael's journey feels both triumphant and tragic. He broke the illusion, yet in doing so, he ensured that humanity would face the burden of choice once again. The Age of Fire's lie was comfortable because it offered certainty. The Dark Soul's truth offers only freedom, a gift that terrifies as much as it redeems. And so, as the painter's brush moves and the canvas deepens with colour, one cannot help but wonder, will this new world learn from the ashes of the old, or will it one day reach again for the fire that promised eternity? For now, the only flame that remains is the one within memory, faint, steady, and human. In the fading centuries that followed the first linking of the fire, both gods and mortals began to unravel beneath the weight of their own illusions. What had begun as a divine order of light and harmony, slowly corroded into hollow ritual, each age more desperate than the last. The gods who had once stood as pillars of the world could not bear to face their own extinction, and so they clung to the remnants of fire even as it devoured their meaning. Men, born from the dark soul and built to endure, inherited that same fear. In the attempt to preserve themselves, both God and man became hollow. Empty vessels, moving through the motions of their former purpose, unaware that the flame they served had already turned to ash. Hollowing was never merely a curse. It was the visible symptom of a deeper truth. The inevitable collapse of purpose when belief outlives its reason. The undead, cursed to rise again and again, were not the victims of a cruel fate, but the embodiment of it. They were reflections of the world's own condition. A body that refused to die even after the soul had departed. Each time an undead fell and rose anew, the cycle repeated not only in flesh, but in spirit. Memory eroded, desire dulled, the fire within dimmed until only instinct remained. The instinct to persist without meaning, and yet even the gods hollowed in their own way. Gwyn, whose name had once been spoken with reverence, became nothing more than a husk of burning flesh, a remnant chained to the very flame he sought to preserve. His son Gwyndolin, devout and radiant, was consumed by the rot of his own devotion, his body twisted into a symbol of faith that no longer had substance. The Witch of Izalith, in trying to recreate the flame, birthed instead a demon, a grotesque mirror of her maternal desire turned to ruin. Even Sayath, the pale dragon who had sought knowledge to defy mortality, found himself enslaved to madness, his endless research hollowing his mind until he no longer knew what he sought. The gods had tried to deny darkness, but in doing so, they birthed hollowness, the abyss that forms when light refuses to acknowledge shadow. For men, hollowing was a quieter tragedy. It began as despair, the slow unravelling of purpose beneath the endless repetition of life and death. But the curse was not random, it was inherited. Every time an undead linked the flame, they carried forward the residue of that failure, their will slowly eroded by the enormity of the task. Even as they rekindled the fire, they could feel it consuming them from within. To live forever was not to triumph, but to be emptied of the very meaning of living. Over time, they forgot their names, their faces, their dreams, all the little truths that made them human. They became echoes, wandering the world in search of souls to fill the void. Gael understood this hollowing not as punishment, but as revelation. He had seen it in others, in the eyes of warriors who still fought for kings that no longer existed, in the prayers of clerics offered to gods who no longer listened, in the faces of pilgrims who no longer remembered where they were going. He saw that hollowing was not an anomaly, but the natural state of all who lived within the fire's cycle. To burn for eternity is to consume the self. To live forever without change is to forget what life means. When Gael himself began to hollow, it was not in the body, but in the spirit. His devotion, pure and unyielding, began to erode the boundaries between faith and madness. The more he served his purpose, the less of himself remained. Yet unlike others, his hollowing did not end in apathy. His emptiness became a vessel, an opening through which humanity's last hope could flow. The dark soul's blood filled that hollow, transforming his absence into creation. He became the inverse of what Gwyn had been, a man who burned not with fire, but with darkness, and whose hollowness gave birth to meaning instead of despair. The painter's world, in turn, was an answer to that hollowing. Her canvas was a promise that not all endings must fade into void. Where the flame burned away memory, the act of creation preserved it. Each brushstroke was a reclamation of what had been lost. A reminder that even in emptiness, the soul can still express. In this way, she became a kind of goddess herself, though not one born of light. Her divinity was quiet, rooted not in power, but in remembrance. She did not demand worship, nor promise salvation. She offered only understanding. Perhaps that is why Gael had sought her above all others. He had served countless masters, lords, clerics, empires, all of whom had demanded something from him. But the painter asked for nothing. She waited, silent, patient, until the world was ready to give her what it owed her, the truth of its suffering, distilled into colour. For Gael, who had spent eternity serving others, this was the purest form of purpose. To serve creation itself, not destruction. His hollowing was his offering, his sacrifice to art and humanity. The gods, in their arrogance, had feared hollowing as the loss of divinity. Yet in truth, it was their unwillingness to accept it that doomed them. For to hollow is not merely to lose, it is to shed. The hollows who wander without purpose are tragic, yes, but they are also free. They no longer belong to the cycles that bound the world. They have stepped beyond the illusion of meaning imposed by flame and order. Their tragedy is also their transcendence. In the ruins of the old cathedrals, where light no longer shines, the hollows still gather. Some sit in silence, staring at walls that no longer hold God's names. Others wander, muttering words that once meant faith, now stripped of sound. Yet within their vacant eyes, there flickers something faint. Not madness, but endurance. The hollow, emptied of everything, becomes the truest reflection of humanity's resilience. Even stripped of will and name, they persist. They continue to exist, and in doing so, they defy the fire that demanded meaning through destruction. Perhaps Gael saw this, too. Perhaps that is why, in his final moments, he did not curse his fate, but accepted it. His hollowing was not an end, but a return to origin, to the quiet reflection that birthed mankind from the dark soul. When he bled out beneath the red sun, he did not vanish into nothingness. He became pigment, memory, essence. His hollowing became creation. In the stillness that followed, the world seemed to sigh, not in mourning but in relief. For the first time, hollowing had served a purpose beyond despair. The painter's brush, infused with that essence, transformed the meaning of emptiness itself. Each colour she laid upon the canvas carried within it the echo of those who'd hollowed before. Their loss became her palette. Their silence became her song. And in that transformation, the curse found peace. Hollowing was no longer a wound, but a door, the space through which humanity could pass from endless repetition into something new. But even as her world began to take form, one could sense a subtle truth lingering beneath the serenity. Creation and hollowing are kin. Both arise from absence. Just as the gods' fear of emptiness birthed their age of fire, so too might humanity's reverence for memory create new illusions. The cycle may be broken, but its echo remains. For the fire and the dark are not enemies. They are reflections of one another, forever entwined. Perhaps in this lies the final paradox of existence, that even in hollowing, the soul yearns to fill itself again, to create meaning from its own emptiness. The painter's world may be humanity's salvation, but it will also inherit its creator's hunger. Every creation, in time, begins to long for its own light, and so the question persists. When the painter's world reaches its dusk, when her colours begin to fade, will her descendants remember the lesson of the hollow? Or will they too reach again for the fire, repeating the lie that light must never die? For now, the hollow world is quiet. The brush moves. The colors deepen. And somewhere, beyond the sound of creation, the last embers of Gael's will flicker gently, content to fade, knowing that even emptiness can give birth to eternity. In the quiet chapel of Ariandel, the air no longer carried the scent of decay, but something subtler, the fragrance of renewal that rises only after long ruin. The snow still fell, each flake glimmering in the pale light, like ash that had learned to forgive itself. There, before the immense blank of her canvas, the painter continued her work. The blood of the dark soul rested in a shallow bowl beside her, its surface calm and gleaming with an inner fire that was not light but remembrance. She dipped her brush again and again, each motion deliberate, each stroke a whisper against the silence. Through her, the last essence of Slave Knight Gael began its transformation from sacrifice into creation. The world that the painter envisioned was unlike any before it. It did not begin with fire, nor did it require gods to govern it. Its foundation was memory, the endless archive of humanity's joys and sufferings, their countless births and deaths, their moments of beauty carved out of futility. She painted not to impose order, but to preserve truth. Each stroke upon the canvas was both a confession and a benediction. The blood of the dark soul responded to her will, deepening in color as though recognizing its own purpose at last. It had been scattered, forgotten, consumed, but now through art it was whole. This act of painting was not creation in the divine sense. The gods, when they created, imposed. They forged reality through will, through flame, through the assertion of power over chaos. The painter's art was gentler. It was creation through acceptance, the embracing of impermanence rather than its denial. Her world would not burn with the intensity of fire, but glow with the steadiness of understanding. In this way, she was both successor and antithesis to the gods. Where they had sought eternity through control, she sought peace through memory. The Ashen One stood near, silent and still, watching as the first contours of the new world took shape. The sound of the brush against the canvas became rhythmic, like the pulse of a living thing. There was no ceremony, no divine proclamation, no voice of thunder announcing the birth of a new age. Only the quiet persistence of a child and her brush, of color taking form upon emptiness. It was the most human of acts, to create meaning from absence, to reach into the void and pull forth beauty. The painter's hand trembled once, and she paused. "It must be right," she murmured, almost to herself. "It must be honest." She looked at the Ashen One, with eyes that carried both innocence and knowledge. A world that forgets its sorrow cannot be real. So I will not make it only bright. I will let the dark live too. Her words lingered like prayer. They carried within them the wisdom that had eluded the gods. That light and darkness are not enemies, but partners in the shaping of existence. Fire gives life its form, but darkness gives it meaning. To exclude either is to lose balance, to invite madness. The painter's world would contain both, joy and grief, life and decay, each honored, each necessary. As she continued her work, faint images began to shimmer upon the canvas. They were not yet clear, but the Ashen One could sense their familiarity. Outlines of distant landscapes, echoes of forgotten souls, the faint suggestion of movement, like the first breath of dawn. The blood of the dark soul moved within the paint, alive, as if recognizing that it was finally returning home. The entire chapel seemed to hum with quiet energy, the sound of creation that is also remembrance. Outside, the snow began to change. Where once it fell in monotony, now each flake seemed unique, tinged faintly with color, hints of blue, red, gold, and black mingling in soft harmony. The world outside the painting was already beginning to feel the echo of what was being made within. It was as though reality itself bowed in acknowledgement, ready to yield its place to the new. The Ashen One, who had walked through so many dead ages, felt something stir within. Not hope exactly, but peace. They had fought for countless purposes, slain gods, rekindled and extinguished flames, and through it all had remained a vessel for other wills. Now, for the first time, they bore witness to a creation that asked for nothing. The painter's work required no sacrifice, no covenant, no curse. It was enough simply to be. In that simplicity lay liberation. The blood of the dark soul, for all its heaviness, seemed lighter in her hands. What had been the fuel of Gael's madness became the medium of her clarity. Through her, the tragedy of the old world was transformed into art. That is the paradox of humanity, the ability to turn suffering into expression, loss into beauty. Where God sought to erase pain, humans seek to give it form, to remember it so that it may not be repeated. In that act lies the true strength of the dark soul, endurance through understanding. Perhaps this is what Gael had always known, even as madness consumed him. His journey was not simply to bring pigment to the painter, but to prove that humanity's essence, its capacity to create meaning, survived even when all else was lost. His hollowing, his suffering, his endless pilgrimage through ash, all of it was the preparation of the soul for art. His death was the final brushstroke upon the canvas of the old world. The painter's creation was its response. As she painted, her small voice filled the silence again. "I wonder," she said softly, "what they'll call it. This new world." She smiled faintly, her expression both childlike and eternal. "It doesn't need a name yet. It will name itself when it's ready." In those few words, she captured what no god had ever understood. Creation is not the act of dictation, but of invitation. The painter's world would not begin with command. It would begin with freedom. Each soul that entered it would carry its own story, its own meaning, its own light and shadow. There would be no lords of cinder, no chosen undead, no endless linkings of fire. There would only be life, fragile, brief, and beautiful precisely because it could end. The Ashen One turned to leave, for their part in the story was done. Yet as they walked toward the doorway, the painter's voice followed like the gentlest wind. "Tell him," she said, "that his color was perfect, that I will use it well." The Ashen One paused, as though hearing Gael's name echo through the stillness, and bowed their head. For a moment, the faintest warmth brushed their cheek, perhaps the whisper of the night's spirit, at last unburdened. Then, the air stilled again, and the Ashen One stepped out into the snow. Behind them, the sound of the brush continued, soft, steady, eternal. The painter's canvas deepened with color, its surface glowing faintly in the dim light. Within that growing world, shadows mingled with light, memory with dream, sorrow with peace. The old age had ended, but something new, quiet, human, and real had begun. And as the snow settled upon the chapel roof, the first faint echo of wind seemed to carry a question, neither hopeful nor fearful, but simply curious. When the painting is complete, will the world outside remember what it was? Or will it too step quietly into the frame? For in every act of creation, something of the creator must be given away. And sometimes, that giving is the only way eternity learns to breathe again. Long before Gael's final pilgrimage, Before the painter's hand touched the canvas, the first flame had already begun to dim. Its light, once pure and fierce, had withered into something fragile and uncertain, a trembling glow that cast more shadow than warmth. The fire had burned for ages uncounted, consuming gods, kingdoms, and time itself in its desperate hunger to persist. It was said that the first flame marked the beginning of all things, that when it was kindled, the world gained form, and when it died, that form would dissolve again into nothing. Yet perhaps this too was a myth. A story the gods told themselves to justify their fear of the dark. For even as the flame dwindled, the world did not vanish. It endured, wounded but awake, carrying within it the quiet pulse of something older and more patient than fire. The fading of the flame was not an event, but a process, slow, inevitable, and mournful. Its decline was visible everywhere. The great castles of Lothric stood hollow and cold, their fires long since extinguished. The bells, that once told the awakening of the Lords of Cinder, had fallen silent. Even the skies reflected the exhaustion of the world, no longer blue, but heavy and red, as though the firmament itself were bleeding out the last of its light. Time began to blur. Days and nights lost their distinction, ages folding into one another like pages written over and over until the ink became indecipherable. In the Firelink shrine, the last embers flickered weakly upon the coiled sword, the relic through which countless chosen undead had once rekindled the fire. The keeper of the shrine, whose eyes had seen the rise and fall of countless ages, stood, watch in still devotion. Her face, hidden behind the band of cloth that concealed her sight, bore no sorrow, only acceptance, for she had come to understand what few others could, that the fire was not life itself, but merely a season within it. The age of fire had been long and radiant, but no flame can burn forever. When the Ashen One had first awoken among the graves of the unkindled, the fire still held enough warmth to rouse the dead. They had been drawn to it instinctively, souls of forgotten warriors and failed lords answering the flame's final call. Each had believed themselves chosen to restore it, to preserve the light once more. But as they wandered through kingdoms consumed by ash, their purpose began to wane. The fire they sought to protect no longer needed them. Its fading was not a wound to be healed, but a release to be allowed. The age of fire had reached its natural end, not with cataclysm, but with exhaustion. In its dimming, something beautiful occurred. The flame, once greedy and blinding, began to soften. Its light no longer sought to dominate, but to remember. The embers that drifted from its core were not sparks of destruction, but motes of memory, each carrying within it the stories of those who had lived and died in its glow. The fire was not dying alone, it was returning what it had taken. The gods, the hollows, the kings, and the nameless wanderers. All were folded back into its warmth, not as fuel, but as remembrance. Perhaps this was the truth the gods had feared most, that the flame was not eternal because it was meant to be. It was eternal because it was cyclical, because every end carried within it the seed of its beginning. The fire had not lied, only those who worshipped it had misunderstood. To link the flame was never to preserve life, but to repeat it. To let it fade was not to destroy, but to allow transformation. As the flame dimmed, the world became quiet. The vast cathedrals of Anor Londo stood empty, their golden light replaced by the faint shimmer of dust. The swamps of Farron grew still, their waters reflecting a sky that no longer changed. Even the distant peaks of Erithil, once radiant with moonlight, fell into shadow. Yet, within this silence, life did not cease. Small fires burned in hidden places, the hearths of the last few souls who remained, the warmth of memory shared between wanderers. The great flame might fade, but the smaller ones, the human ones, endured. Gael had understood this, even if he could never name it. His pilgrimage had been guided by a truth too vast to speak, that the end of the first flame was not the death of the world, but its awakening from illusion. He had walked through the ruins of fire-worshipping kingdoms, through temples that prayed for light that no longer answered, and in each he saw the same thing, that the fire's purpose had never been dominion. It had been revelation. It burned to show what could not be seen without it. But once the lesson was learned, the flame's time had passed. The painter's world, still forming upon her canvas, would not begin with a flame. It would begin with reflection. In her art, the cycle of fire and dark would be remembered but not repeated. Her world would not need a sun to tell it when to wake, nor an ember to keep it alive. It would breathe because memory itself would be its light. Every colour she painted carried within it a fragment of the fire's story, the warmth of old heroes, the sorrow of the hollows, the resilience of humanity's will. In her hands, the fire did not die. It became art. But the first flame, deep beneath the kiln of the first flame, where it had once blazed in divine brilliance, still lingered. Its last glow illuminated the ashen remnants of the gods who had sacrificed themselves to sustain it. There, amid the still air and ancient dust, a faint voice might still be heard. The echo of Gwyn's final act, the prayer of a god who had mistaken fear for love. And perhaps, in that echo, there is forgiveness. For the fire was never meant to be cursed or blessed. It was a passage, a single breath in eternity's endless exhalation. The Ashen One, who had borne witness to the fire's final flicker, did not mourn it. They understood that endings are not always losses. Sometimes they are the only way meaning can be restored. As they turned away from the dying flame, their shadows stretched long across the ash, not as a mark of darkness, but as proof that light had existed. In that moment, the flame's last truth was revealed. It did not create life, it revealed it. And so the fire faded, not with a scream, but with a sigh. The world grew dim, yet within that dimness something stirred, the faint hum of the dark soul, the quiet endurance of humanity's will. From the ashes of fire rose memory, and from memory, creation. The fire had done its part. It had illuminated the path so that those who came after might walk it without fear. Perhaps, somewhere deep within the painter's new world, a small fire still glows. Not the flame of the gods, but the warmth of those who remember. Its light is soft, its reach limited, but it does not need to burn to give life. It only needs to be shared. And as the last ember of the first flame settled into darkness, one could almost hear the world exhale. A sound like gratitude, like rest. The fire had finally found peace in its own extinction. When the first flame had burned brightest, its light cast deep shadows. And in those shadows, the abyss was born. It was not a place, not truly, but a condition of being. The echo of the dark soul crying out for balance in a world that had forgotten it. The gods, blinded by their devotion to fire, called the abyss a corruption, a sickness, a threat that must be contained. But the abyss was only the truth unspoken, the reflection of all that light refused to acknowledge. It grew wherever denial took root. It spread through kingdoms that sought eternity, through hearts that mistook obedience for faith, through every soul that tried to flee its own darkness. The first to suffer its emergence were the people of Gael. In that ancient kingdom, they had uncovered something beneath their own soil. Something so small and unassuming that it seemed harmless. The scholars of Gael proud of their mastery over magic and illusion, believed they could awaken what they found without consequence. They unearthed a fragment of humanity, the remnants of the furtive pygmy's divided soul, and in their arrogance they called upon it. But what they awakened was not a monster, nor a god, but a man, Manus, father of the abyss. He was not evil by birth. He was simply the oldest of mankind, the first bearer of the dark soul's echo, forgotten and buried beneath the weight of the god's world. When the people of Ulakail disturbed his rest, their light tore at his soul. He awoke, not with anger but with sorrow so immense it became madness. His humanity, long repressed, erupted outward, consuming everything around him. The darkness that spread from his heart was not malevolent. It was grief without form, love without limit, memory without end. It devoured Ulakail not to destroy, but to embrace, and in that suffocating embrace, all distinctions collapsed. The gods sent a champion to end it, Artorias, the Knight of Gwyn, bound by oath and purity of heart. He descended into the darkness, not to conquer, but to protect. Yet even he, noble and steadfast, could not resist what the abyss revealed. It showed him his own reflection, his own fear, his own futility. When he fell, he did so not in hatred, but in pity. The wolf-sif remained at his side, guarding what little of his honor could still be remembered. The legend of Artorias became another veil, the story of a hero who triumphed over the dark, though in truth he was consumed by it. Through the ages, the abyss appeared again and again, not as punishment, but as reminder. It bloomed in New Londo, where men sought power over death. It whispered in the city of Londor, where pilgrims revered humanity's true form. Each time, those who encountered it tried to contain it, to seal it away. Yet every seal became a mirror of the same mistake, the attempt to divide what was meant to coexist. The abyss is not destruction. It is comprehension without restraint. It is the human soul unbound from illusion, vast, infinite, terrifying. Gael's journey brought him closer to the abyss than any before him. As he gathered the scattered fragments of the dark soul, he waded deeper into that reflection. He did not fear it, for he understood that it was not his enemy. The abyss was his kin. The gods had sought to confine it, to bury it beneath their radiant architecture, but Gael carried it freely, letting its shadows fuse with his own. In him, the abyss found its final vessel. Yet there is a difference between understanding and mastery. The abyss is not something that can be held. It is something that must be harmonized. Gael's devotion, pure, relentless, selfless, became the doorway through which the abyss could act. His love for humanity was so complete that it became indistinguishable from hunger. In his body, the blood of the dark soul stirred, and the abyss awakened anew. But this time, it did not spread through cities or swallow kingdoms. It concentrated within one man, one vessel, until his very being became the entire horizon of its existence. When the Ashen One found him, kneeling beneath that red sun, it was not Gael they faced, but the abyss itself, embodied, exhausted, yearning to be understood. The battle that followed was not a contest of will, but an act of communion. Every strike exchanged between them echoed through the fabric of the dying world. With each blow, fragments of the abyss's essence scattered like embers, finding rest at last. The blood that soaked the earth was not the blood of victory or defeat. It was the release of the dark soul's long captivity. Gael's fall was the abyss exhaling after eons of suffocation. And when the Ashen One knelt beside him, collecting that sacred blood, they were not harvesting corruption. They were preserving truth. The painter, when she finally touched her brush to that blood, gave the abyss its first peace. In her art, shadow was not banished, but embraced. She didn't hide it beneath light or purge it through fire. She allowed it to coexist, to breathe. In her new world, darkness would not spread as plague but flow as river, giving depth to the light that danced upon its surface. In that single act, she healed what gods and kings had broken. The abyss, which had once been a wound, became the canvas itself, infinite, reflective, whole. Perhaps this is the true nature of the dark soul. It was never meant to illuminate like fire, nor to consume like the abyss unrestrained. It was meant to balance, to remind creation that meaning exists only in contrast. The gods created perfection, humanity perfected imperfection. The gods built monuments to eternity, humans built art to remember. Fire burns, but darkness endures. Together, they form the pulse of existence, forever alternating, forever necessary. Even now, as the painter continues her work, faint echoes of the abyss remain. They are not threats, but memories, the soft hum beneath the rhythm of her brush, the weight of sorrow within her chosen colors. The abyss does not die. It transforms. It becomes understanding, empathy, the quiet acceptance that beauty cannot exist without pain. And somewhere, perhaps within the deepest layer of her world, the memory of Manus lingers, no longer raging, but resting. The father of humanity's sorrow has finally been given what he sought: recognition. He was never a monster, only the shadow of love misunderstood. The gods named him the father of the abyss, but the painter's world calls him something gentler, the keeper of depth. For if the fire's light reveals the world, it is the dark that allows it to be seen. And in that eternal interplay, the flicker between knowing and unknowing, between creation and reflection, the meaning of existence continues. In the end, perhaps the abyss was never meant to be feared. Perhaps it is the oldest truth of all, that when the light fades, what remains is not nothingness, but the quiet voice of the self, echoing forever in the dark, saying simply, "I am." Long after their thrones had crumbled and the fires they tended had turned to dust, the names of the Lords of Cinder still drifted through the ash like the ghosts of prayers. They were the inheritors of Gwyn's burden, the chosen who had sacrificed themselves to keep the first flame alive for one more age. Yet each, in their time, fell to ruin, not because they lacked strength, but because the purpose they served had already lost meaning. The fire they rekindled demanded too much. It consumed not only their bodies, but their memories, their identities, until nothing remained but ash, wearing the shape of glory. The Lords of Cinder were heroes, yes, but they were also victims of a lie older than the flame itself. Their thrones, arranged in a circle around the fire-linked shrine, told a story without words. Each one bore the weight of a name that no longer belonged to the person it once described. The abyss. Watchers, bound together by oath and blood. Aldrich, the devourer of gods. Yorm, the once gentle giant who embraced his own destruction. Lothric, the prince who refused his duty, and far above them all, the nameless ashes of countless others who had linked the flame before. Together, they formed the great genealogy of sacrifice, a lineage that began with Gwyn and ended in futility. The Abyss Watchers were the first to rise. Knights of Farron, guardians sworn to contain the darkness that seeped from the abyss. They had inherited the legacy of Artorius himself. Their bond was sacred, a shared will that transcended individuality. They fought, lived and died as one, their souls connected by the blood of their order. Yet as the ages wore on, their purpose devoured them. The very abyss they swore to contain began to infect their covenant. The Watchers turned upon one another, their unity dissolving into frenzy. When they rose again as Lords of Cinder, it was not in triumph, but in torment. their bodies aflame with the same fire they could no longer control. When the Ashen One met them, their battle was not for power, but for release. Their defeat was mercy, the end of an oath that had long since become a chain. Then there was Aldrich, saint of the deep. Once a cleric devoted to faith, he had glimpsed the future in dreams and seen the end of all things. A world drowned in darkness, where fire and form would dissolve into an endless ocean of formless life. He came to believe that this was the true destiny of the world, not light, not order, but consumption. To prepare for it, he began to devour. First the dead, then the living, then the divine. He ate until his humanity was gone, until his form was no longer distinguishable from the muck of his own hunger. When he became a Lord of Cinder, it was not out of piety, but appetite. He burned, not for the flame's sake, but for his own hunger for eternity. And yet, even in his grotesque transformation, there was a kind of truth. For in consuming gods, Aldrich revealed what the Age of Fire had always been. One thing feeding endlessly upon another, all in the name of light. His death, beneath the ruined cathedral where his faithful still prayed to his monstrous image, marked the end of that illusion. Yom the Giant, by contrast, was not a monster. He was perhaps the most human of the lords, a being of immense strength who sought to protect his people, not rule them. In a world filled with betrayal and decay, Yom stood as a monument of compassion. When the abyssal flame began to swallow his kingdom, he chose to sacrifice himself to it, becoming a Lord of Cinder, not for glory, but for love. He knew what the fire demanded, and he gave it willingly. Yet, even his nobility could not alter its nature. The flame took him, hollowed him, and left behind only a husk of rage. When the Ashen One found him, the once gentle giant struck not from hatred, but from the ghost of duty. His fall was peaceful, his burden finally laid down. And then there was Prince Lothric, the heir who refused. Born to link the fire, raised in the cradle of expectation, he turned his back on the flame. To him, the endless chain of sacrifice was madness. He chose inaction over submission, believing that if he refused to rekindle the fire, the cycle would end. Yet his refusal was incomplete. He withdrew, but he did not transcend. He lingered in his crumbling castle, watching the world decay, waiting for something, perhaps courage, perhaps forgiveness. His brother Lorien, loyal and broken, bound himself to Lothric's will, sharing his curse, his blindness, his despair. When the Ashen One confronted them, the princes fought not as villains, but as children trapped between duty and love. Their defeat was not triumph, but deliverance. For in their final breath, they reached toward one another, not as lords, but as brothers. Each of these lords had carried a truth within their tragedy. The Watchers showed that unity without understanding becomes madness. Aldrich revealed that desire without restraint becomes corruption. Yhorm proved that love without acceptance becomes sacrifice without peace. Lothric taught that rebellion without vision becomes another form of submission. Together, they were the anatomy of an age that could no longer sustain itself. Their ashes returned to their thrones, their souls quiet at last. When the Ashen One gathered their remains and placed them upon the sacred seats, the Firelink Shrine became something more than a tomb. It became an archive, a circle of remembrance. Each throne told a story, and each story whispered the same refrain, that the fire had taken everything and given nothing lasting in return. The lords had served their roles, but the world had moved beyond their need. The first flame no longer required guardians. It required closure. Gael's path was the culmination of their legacy. Though he was never called a Lord of Cinder, he embodied the essence of all their sacrifices. Like the Watchers, he fought for humanity's purity. Like Aldrich, he consumed what he sought to understand. Like Yorm, he bore his burden with compassion. Like Lothric, he refused to let the cycle continue. And unlike all of them, he succeeded, not by rekindling the fire, but by allowing it to fade with dignity. The painter's world, drawn from his blood, became the quiet grave of the Lord's ambitions. Within its colours, the echoes of their stories lived on, not as warnings, but as memories. In her strokes, the Watchers found rest. Aldrich's hunger softened into stillness. Yorm's compassion was reborn as light, and Lothric's rebellion found meaning in creation. The fire had consumed them, but art had remembered them. And perhaps that is the truest immortality. Not to be preserved in flame, but to be remembered in colour. The gods sought to live forever by denying the dark, but the painter granted eternity by embracing it. Each brushstroke upon her canvas was a resurrection, gentle, humble, eternal. In the stillness of her chapel, beneath the falling snow, one could almost hear their voices again, faint, peaceful, no longer crying out for duty or absolution. Just a whisper carried on the wind, saying, "Rest." And in that rest, perhaps even the fire itself found peace. For in the end, it had burned not to destroy, but to illuminate the truth of what always lay beyond it. That all flames, no matter how bright, are meant to fade. And in fading, they teach the world how to see. Even as the first flame dimmed into its final embers, its memory lingered, woven into the fabric of existence, like a melody that could no longer be heard, yet still shaped the rhythm of silence. For ages, the fire had defined life. Its warmth had given direction, its light had given meaning, and its hunger had dictated the pace of time itself. The world had been built around it, entire civilizations rising and falling in reverence or defiance of its glow. But now, in the age after its fading, what remained was not its heat, but its echo, the memory of flame, soft and enduring, resonating through the souls of those who once lived by its light. Fire, after all, is never truly extinguished. Even when its last ember cools, its essence persists in those who remember it. It lives in warmth, shared between hands, in the colour of dawn that still glows faintly over the horizon, in the way the wind hums through the ruins of what once burned. For the world of Dark Souls was not built solely by gods or by humans, but by the relationship between memory and flame, a dialogue that transcended the ages. When the fire burned, it taught the world to strive. When it faded, it taught the world to reflect. Both states, though opposite, were necessary for meaning to exist. The painter's brush moved in rhythm with that truth. The colour she mixed from Gael's blood was the colour of memory itself, a deep, shifting hue that carried warmth and shadow in equal measure. To the eye, it appeared simple, yet it seemed to move when one looked too long, as if alive with the whispers of 1,000 lives once touched by fire. This pigment did not recreate the flame, it remembered it. Each stroke upon her canvas was an act of resurrection, not of bodies, but of stories. Through her, the flame's legacy became something new, not domination, but recollection. It is strange how memory endures beyond the structures that once held it. The cities of the gods had fallen, the towers of Lothric reduced to bone-white ruin, the cathedrals of Anor Londo empty but for echoes. Yet in every fragment of stone, in every shadow that stretched across the ashen fields, the memory of fire remained. It did not demand worship now, nor fear. It had become gentle, a presence rather than a law. In its humility, it was finally understood. The fire had never sought to rule. It had only ever wished to be witnessed, to be known, to burn brightly enough that its warmth might outlast itself in the hearts of those who felt it. For the humans who inherited that memory, the fading of the flame was not an apocalypse, but a beginning. Freed from the endless obligation to rekindle, they were left with something far more precious: choice. Without the fire's dominance, they could finally define their own existence, no longer bound to the illusions of light or the fear of dark. The world that the painter shaped was not one of gods and destinies, but of remembrance and agency. In her world, the flame's memory would live not as commandment, but as comfort, a story whispered to children, a symbol of warmth on cold nights, a tale of an age when light and shadow learned to coexist. The Ashen One, who had walked through every remnant of the old fire's reign, understood this transformation better than anyone. They had seen the flame's brilliance, its cruelty, its despair, and finally, its mercy. When they stood before its dying glow, they did not see an ending, but a reflection, the world itself, at last able to breathe without being consumed. And though the fire's song had quieted, its melody lingered still within them. They carried it like an ember in the heart, not to burn, but to remember. In this way, fire became something it had never been before: peaceful. The cycle of linking and fading had always been violent. The desperate struggle to preserve, to dominate, to survive. But now, in its rest, the flame found what it had always lacked: stillness. The gods had chased eternity through fire, yet only in darkness did eternity reveal itself. To live forever is to repeat. To end is to become eternal through memory. That was the truth hidden within the flame's long deception. The first flame did not need to burn forever. It only needed to burn long enough to teach creation how to remember itself. The painter's world, still forming, shimmered faintly as if the memory of that truth flowed through its foundations. In the glow of her brushwork, one could see faint reflections, figures of the past flickering like ghosts made of light and smoke. A knight standing beneath a fading sun, a woman with her eyes veiled, tending an ember, a city of marble bathed in twilight. These were not visions of the living world, but memories preserved by the flame's echo, transformed into something softer. The pain of their stories remained, but it was no longer sharp. It was tender, like an old scar that reminds, but no longer bleeds. In her quiet devotion, the painter did not erase the fire's past. She honored it. Each hue she laid upon her canvas carried the dual nature of existence: warmth and shadow, birth and decay. Her brush moved as if guided by both flame and dark, her creation the meeting point between the two. She did not create to escape the past, but to understand it. And in doing so, she gave the fire its final purpose: remembrance through art. It is said that when the gods first discovered fire, they saw only power. When humans inherited it, they saw only survival. But when the painter touched its memory, she saw beauty. That was humanity's final triumph, to transform what once ruled them into something that could be loved. The memory of flame, freed from fear, became the heartbeat of creation itself. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but it no longer seemed cold. Each flake caught a faint glimmer of colour as it drifted, as if carrying a spark of the fire's last warmth. The sky, still grey, shimmered with a subtle light that came not from the sun, but from within the world itself. The line between fire and dark had dissolved. All that remained was harmony, the eternal twilight where endings and beginnings become the same. Perhaps this was what the fire had desired all along. not to be eternal, but to be understood, to burn brightly enough that even after its light faded, the world would still remember how to see. And so it is remembered, not as a god, nor as a curse, but as a story of warmth, of sacrifice, of endless striving toward meaning. The first flame may have died, but its memory will forever burn in the quiet rhythm of creation, in every breath that carries both sorrow and peace. For the fire's truest form was never the blaze that consumed the world. It was the ember that remained when the burning was done. And perhaps, as the painter sets down her brush for the night, she feels that warmth within her too, not upon her skin, but within her soul. The memory of flame has become the pulse of her world, steady and human. And in that gentle pulse, the endless cycle finds its final rest. Once, there had been a city that seemed eternal. It rose from the cliffs like a dream given form, its towers gleaming with gold, its bridges draped in sunlight that never dimmed. Anor Londo, the radiant heart of the gods, the city of everlasting day. Here, beneath the watchful eyes of Gwyn and his children, the age of fire reached its zenith. Every stone was laid in devotion, every pillar a monument to order and divinity. The light there was so pure that no shadow dared linger. And yet, in that perfection, the first cracks began to form. For nothing eternal can remain innocent of its own decay. The city's splendor was not built upon peace, but upon suppression. Beneath its golden spires, in chambers sealed from sunlight, the gods' fear of the dark festered. They had carved their empire from the flame's brilliance. But they could not erase the truth that lingered in their hearts, that their light was borrowed, and that all borrowed things must be returned. The pygmies slept beneath the ringed city, forgotten. Humanity, born of the dark soul, lived beneath divine law, worshipping the very forces that denied its nature. Anor Londo's beauty was a mask stretched tightly over the inevitability of entropy. The fall of the city did not happen in a single moment. It unfolded slowly, imperceptibly, like dusk creeping across the sky. The first sign came with the departure of the gods. Gwyn, in his fear of the fading flame, left to rekindle it, abandoning his throne and leaving his children to guard an illusion. His daughter Guinevere, radiant as the dawn, fled soon after, seeking warmth in a distant age. Only Gwyndolin, the faithful son of the dark moon, remained, ruling in shadows and deception. His sorceries maintained the illusion of sunlight long after it had faded. A false day cast over an empty city. The people, blind and obedient, continued their prayers beneath a sky that was no longer real. But even illusions cannot resist time. The walls began to crack. The great halls fell silent, and the gods' servants, the silver knights, the sentinels of order, turned to ash at their posts. The light that had once filled the city's marble halls dimmed to grey, and in the place where the gods had feasted, only dust and echoes remained. When the chosen undead first arrived in Anor Londo, centuries later, they did not walk into a living city, but into a mausoleum. The grandeur was still there, suspended in unnatural stillness, but it was the grandeur of memory, not of presence. There, amidst the silent arches and the broken throne, the player discovered the truth. That the sunlight itself was an illusion maintained by Gwyndolin's faith. The eternal day of Anor Londo was nothing but a desperate prayer stretched across the ruins of divinity. And when that illusion was broken, when the veil was torn and the true night fell upon the city, the last symbol of the god's supremacy vanished. The moonlight that followed was not cold, it was honest. It revealed what fire had hidden, the frailty of the divine and the endurance of the human. Even as centuries turned to ash, Anor Londo remained a haunting silhouette against the horizon of each age. It appeared again in the time of Lothric, not as a city of gods, but as a tomb of memory. Its spires, once radiant, were now pale and empty. Its great cathedrals stood hollow, inhabited not by faith, but by hunger. Aldrich, the devourer of gods, had made it his resting place, a grotesque parody of divinity. He consumed Gwyndolin's body, absorbing the last god's fading power, and in doing so, extinguished what little light remained. Yet in that horror, a truth lingered. Even gods can be devoured, for only memory endures. When the Ashen One stood before the throne of Anor Londo, facing Aldrich's monstrous form, they were not fighting a creature, but a concept, the final remnant of the fire's arrogance. Aldrich had swallowed the gods, and, in his madness, believed himself their successor. He dreamed of an ocean of darkness where all things would merge. Not through creation, but through consumption. His dream was the ultimate reflection of the fire's hunger, to preserve by devouring. When he fell, the silence that followed was not victory, but requiem. The last light of Anor. Londo flickered and went out. And yet, as with all endings, something remained. The moon above the city still shone, pale and distant, casting its light upon the broken spires. It was not the light of the sun, nor the warmth of fire. It was a light of reflection, the light of memory. The same moon that had watched over Gwyndolin's faith now bore witness to the city's peace. In its glow, the ruins did not seem forsaken, but serene, as if the stones themselves had accepted their return to silence. The painter's world would remember Anor Londo, but not as a monument of gods. She would paint it as it truly was, a place of longing, where light had tried too hard to last. The marble towers, the vast bridges, the hollow cathedral, all would appear in her new world not as symbols of power, but as reminders of beauty's fragility. In her brushstrokes, the city would live again, but freed from illusion. The light within it would be soft, mortal, and real. To understand the fall of Anor Londo is to understand the fall of all things divine. The gods did not perish because they were wicked, but because they could ignore their tragedy was not pride but fear, the fear that their meaning would vanish if their light went out. Yet the truth revealed by their ruin is gentler, that meaning does not end with light, but continues through memory. The gods were never truly eternal. They were chapters in the story of a world learning to see itself. Now, their legacy exists not in the sky, but in the human heart. The same fire that once burned in their hands now flickers quietly in the souls of those who remember them, not as deities, but as stories. And in the painter's world, where both light and dark are allowed to breathe, that memory becomes something sacred once more. The gods are gone, but the beauty they once dreamed of has finally come to pass, not through power, but through peace. Perhaps that is the greatest irony of all, that the god's city had to fall for the world to learn what divinity truly was. Not light without shadow, not rule without end, but harmony, the delicate balance of impermanence. And so Anor Londo stands no longer as a citadel, but as an echo. The wind that moves through its hollow halls carries a whisper, faint but eternal. The light was beautiful, but it was never ours to keep. It began quietly, as most tragedies do, not with thunder, but with a whisper beneath the skin. A soul that would not rest, a body that refused to fade. At first, it was called a miracle. Men rose again from death, their hearts beating once more, their limbs answering the call of life. But soon, the truth emerged. They were not reborn, merely returned. and each return left something missing. The fire within dimmed, memory frayed, and the hollowing began. Thus was born the curse of undeath, the echo of the first flame's hunger, a shadow cast upon humanity by the gods' refusal to let the world rest. To understand the curse, one must first understand what it is not. It is not punishment, nor is it the mere consequence of sin. It is a symptom, the inevitable outcome of a world bound to cycles that were never meant to last. When Gwyn linked the fire for the first time, he burned not only himself, but the very structure of death. He delayed the natural passing of the world, tearing a wound in the fabric of being. From that wound, undeath bled into existence, a state between life and death where souls could neither move forward nor return to the dark that birthed them. Humanity, born of the dark soul, was made to endure, but to endure without rest is not immortality. It is torment. The undead became wanderers, beings without purpose, drawn to the warmth of bonfires as moths are drawn to flame. They gathered near embers, seeking meaning in their faint glow. The bonfire became a shrine of paradox, a sanctuary of life born from death, a flame that gave hope even as it fed on despair. The undead believed that by kindling these fires, they could stave off their hollowing. And for a time, it was true. The fire offered illusion, warmth enough to remember who they were. But every flame demands a cost. The more they burned, the more the world itself decayed. For the cycle of fire is not preservation. It is consumption disguised as grace. To be undead was to live without closure. Death had become a door that no longer opened, a ritual that no longer led anywhere. Souls, unanchored, drifted from one vessel to another, their memories scattering like ash in wind. In this endless return, the concept of self began to unravel. Names lost meaning, faces blurred, even purpose, that fragile tether, began to fray. To hollow, then, was not to die. It was to forget. It was to lose the distinction between past and present, between the world and the self. And yet, there was a strange mercy hidden within this curse, for in hollowing, humanity glimpsed something that even gods had never known, the stillness beyond striving. The undead, stripped of illusion, became the truest mirrors of existence. They did not live for glory or destiny. They lived because they could not stop. Their persistence, though tragic, was pure. Each hollow that wandered the broken lands of Lothric, or Drangleic, or Lordran, carried within them a fragment of the dark soul's endurance. Though they had lost their names, they had not lost their essence, the will to continue, even when nothing remained to be gained. Some sought to break the curse. The bearer of the curse, the chosen undead, the Ashen One. Each of these figures rose with the same question burning in their souls. Can the cycle be broken? They fought gods and demons, rekindled flames and extinguished them. And through their journeys, they uncovered the same truth in different tongues. That the curse was not a malediction, but a message. It was the world's way of saying, the time of fire is over, but you have not yet learned to let it die. In the hollowing of humanity lies the memory of the gods' fear. For the undead embody what the divine could not bear to face. The persistence of being after meaning has faded. To exist without purpose, without flame, without divine light. That is what terrified the gods. But to humanity, it became freedom. In their endless wandering, they found a strange kind of peace. To hollow is to be emptied of everything false. What remains is the raw essence of existence, neither blessed nor cursed, simply enduring. Gael himself, in the end, was undead. His body bore the mark, though he transcended what it meant. He hollowed not through despair, but through devotion. His was a hollowing of purpose, the willing surrender of self to something greater. Yet even he was not spared the truth that all who live within a dying world must face, that to continue endlessly without change is to erode. When his pilgrimage ended, he did not escape hollowing. He became its completion. His emptiness was filled not with madness, but with the colour of humanity itself, the pigment of all souls united in remembrance. The painter, in her new world, sought to end the curse not by curing it, but by understanding it. Her world would not fear death, nor cling to endless cycles of rebirth. It would accept the passage of life as sacred, memory as immortal. There, the undead would find rest not through fire, but through peace. Hollowing would no longer be seen as corruption, but as transition, the soul's quiet return to the dark from which it was born. The curse, once a mark of despair, would become a symbol of truth, that all life exists not to escape death, but to complete it. Even so, remnants of the old fear lingered. The idea that to fade is to fail haunted the hearts of even the wisest. Perhaps that is why the undead still gather near fire, even when the flame has no warmth left to give. There is comfort in the ritual, in the flicker of light that recalls the memory of meaning. The bonfire remains, not as necessity, but as remembrance, the act of resting beside it, of watching its embers breathe in the dark, is humanity's oldest prayer, not for eternity, but for understanding. The firekeepers of old understood this better than most. They tended the flames not to preserve power, but to ease its passing. Their blindfolds were not signs of submission, but of faith. Faith that even when the light fades, something greater endures. In the dark, beyond sight, they felt the pulse of the true fire, the warmth of souls intertwined, of memory that cannot be extinguished. To them, the curse of undeath was never a disease. It was the proof that humanity carries the first flame within, not as burden, but as remembrance. When the last flame went out, and the undead finally ceased to rise, it was not a victory of gods or men. It was a return, a gentle exhalation as the world released its long-held breath. Death became death again. Life regained its precious brevity, and the hollow, who had wandered for eternity, were at last allowed to sleep. In the painter's world, their rest continues. The air hums with their memory, quiet, soft, unending. The curse that had once defined the human condition has become its most beautiful truth, that to live is to burn briefly, and to fade is to shine forever in memory. And so the undead, whose hollow eyes once stared into endless night, can finally close them, for the flame they sought was never in the sky, nor in the bonfire's glow, but in the quiet persistence of their own being, the small, steady warmth that endures even when all else turns to ash. In the world that followed the fading of fire, ash became the language of memory. It blanketed the earth, soft and silent, the residue of all that had burned and all that had been. Mountains of it buried old kingdoms. Seas of it swallowed ancient roads. And within it lay the faint outlines of everything the fire had once touched. To walk upon that land was to walk upon history. Every step stirring echoes of ages past. Every breath carrying fragments of forgotten prayers. It was here that the pilgrims of ash began their endless journey, moving through the grey expanse in search of something they could no longer name. The pilgrimage did not begin with faith. It began with absence. The fire was gone, and with it, the structure of the world. The kingdoms that had depended on its light collapsed, their hierarchies crumbling into dust. Without gods, without flame, without destiny, the people of ash awoke to a silence so vast it seemed to swallow sound itself. And yet, within that silence, they felt a pull, a faint calling, not from heaven or earth, but from memory. Something within the ash still lived, a warmth that could not be seen, only felt. It drew them onward, guiding their feet across the desolate plains. Among them walked the Ashen Ones, those who had once carried the remnants of the fire within their souls. Some had linked the flame in other ages, some had turned from it, some had simply wandered through its ruins. Now, stripped of purpose, they became pilgrims like all others, no longer chosen, no longer cursed, simply human. The title, Ashen One, was no longer a name of destiny, but of kinship. It signified not power, but understanding. They had all been burned by the same truth, that to live for eternity is to lose the meaning of life itself. Their pilgrimage was not toward a destination, but through remembrance. They crossed lands where once the fire had ruled, the ruins of Anolondo's golden halls, now draped in moonlight, the hollow towers of Lothric, where embers no longer glowed, the fields of Farron, where the swamp had finally dried and the scent of decay had turned sweet with stillness. Each place whispered the same refrain, that endings are not destruction, but return. The ash that covered these lands was not waste. It was the soil of rebirth, rich with memory, fertile with sorrow. The pilgrims did not speak often. Words, like fire, had lost their urgency, but when they did, they spoke of warmth, of moments when they felt it beneath their feet, or in the breeze, or in the faint shimmer of dusk upon the horizon. They did not call it flame, for they had learned to name it otherwise. They called it the pulse, the heartbeat of the world that had survived its own burning. It was the same rhythm that once lived in the dark soul, now diffused through creation itself. The fire had not vanished, it had become the ash. It was said that those who journeyed far enough might find the place where the last fire had died. The kiln of the first flame. Now a hollow crater where light and dark no longer contended. Some pilgrims reached it, though few returned. Those who did spoke not of awe or terror, but of peace. They described a silence so deep that even thought seemed to dissolve, a stillness so complete that time itself had no meaning. There, in the center of that ancient ruin, the last ember rested, no longer burning, but glowing faintly, like a memory content to be forgotten. Many knelt before it, not to reignite it, but to thank it. They placed offerings of ash, the remains of those who had burned in devotion, the dust of old relics, the soil of forgotten graves. In doing so, they enacted a ritual that was the mirror of the old linking. Where once men gave themselves to the fire to preserve it, now they gave the fire back to the world, allowing it to rest. This was the true end of the cycle. Not extinguishing flame in anger, but laying it down in understanding. Among those who came to the kiln, there were some who remembered Gael, not as legend, but as myth made human. His name had passed into story, his deeds softened by retelling. Some said he was the last knight of a world that no longer needed saving. Others claimed he was the first artist, whose sacrifice became the color of creation. In truth, he was both and neither. For the pilgrims of ash, Gael represented what all of them now were, remnants of purpose, walking toward peace. His blood had become their horizon, the pigment from which the painter had drawn the new dawn. And somewhere beyond that dawn, the painter continued her quiet labor. Her world was still young, but already it breathed with the rhythm of what had come before. The pilgrim's footsteps, the murmur of the wind through ash, the faint hum of the earth, all of it found its way into her canvas. She didn't paint them as heroes or saints. She painted them as they were, weary, fragile, luminous with memory. Her world would not erase the ash, but sanctify it. In her eyes, ash was not ruin, but foundation. From it, new life would always rise. In this way, the pilgrimage of ash became the world's final prayer, a movement not toward heaven, but toward acceptance. Each pilgrim carried within them a fragment of what once was, and in walking, they kept it alive. Their journey was not a penance, but a remembrance, a way of honoring the world's long endurance. In time, their paths grew faint, their bodies returning to the dust, their stories fading into myth. But their essence, the will to walk, to remember, to endure, remained. It became the hum beneath creation, the quiet reminder that even when everything burns, something always remains to tell the story. The painter often spoke to the memory of Gael as she worked. "They are walking still," she would say, her brush steady in hand, through ash and silence. But they do not seek light anymore. They seek meaning. And perhaps that is the truest form of pilgrimage. Not the search for salvation, but the quiet reconciliation with the past. The pilgrims of ash did not march toward glory, nor pray for redemption. They simply walked, guided by the warmth of what once was, carrying within them the small, steady ember of remembrance. When the wind moved across the world, it carried their footsteps with it. Faint, rhythmic, eternal. It sounded almost like breathing. And so, in the age after flame, the world did not end. It exhaled. In every age that rose and fell upon the ashes of the last, there was one place that endured. It did not belong to the gods, nor to men, but to the space between them, a place where the boundaries of life and death grew thin, and where weary souls gathered around a flame that seemed eternal. Firelink Shrine, the heart of all journeys, the quiet centre of a world built upon cycles. For countless generations, wanderers had come to it, undead, cursed, chosen, and unchosen alike, each drawn by a purpose they could not name, each leaving behind a trace of themselves upon its ancient stones. Now, in the twilight after the fire's final fading, the shrine still stood, not in ruin, but in repose. The air around it shimmered with memory, the echo of footsteps long gone. The bonfire at its centre no longer burned, yet the space it once occupied glowed faintly, as if the world itself refused to let the light die entirely. The stones were warm to the touch, not with flame, but with remembrance. Every soul that had ever rested there, every story that had ended or begun beside that fire, lingered in the silence like the faint hum of a song no longer sung but never forgotten. Firelink Shrine had never been a temple of worship. It was not a monument to power or faith, but to perseverance. It was where the weary came to pause, where even the cursed could find a moment of peace between battles. The shrine was not sacred because of the gods, but because of the people who passed through it, their exhaustion, their quiet hopes, their determination to rise one more time. In its worn stone steps and dim corridors, the fire had witnessed not grandeur, but endurance. It was here that the true soul of humanity revealed itself, in the stillness between despair and resolve. The firekeeper, silent and veiled, had tended that flame through ages beyond counting. Her eyes, once darkened to protect her from the fire's blinding truth, had seen more than light could reveal. She had watched kingdoms rise and fall, heroes burn and fade, the fire's brightness flare and dim again. She had never wept for the dead, nor prayed for the living. Her role was simpler, yet greater, to tend, to remember, to keep the fire company through its endless dying. When at last the flame had gone out for good, she did not despair. She knelt beside the cold ashes and whispered a single word: rest. It is said that when the world fell into its final dusk, the firekeeper remained at her post. Her blindfold had grown thin, the fabric frayed by age, and beneath it her eyes glowed faintly, not with light, but with reflection. She could see the dark now, and she welcomed it. For in the dark she saw the faces of all who had ever kindled the fire, the chosen undead, the bearer of the curse, the Ashen One, and countless nameless souls who had come before. Their lives flickered before her like embers in the wind, and she smiled. The fire had been her charge, but memory was her gift. Through her, every life that had touched the flame lived on. When the painter's world began to take form, its first spark was drawn not from the gods, but from the memory of that shrine. In her new creation, she shaped a place that echoed Firelink's stillness, not identical, but resonant. A space where travelers could rest, where weary souls might sit before a quiet light and remember who they had been. There would be no firekeeper there, no lords or thrones, only warmth, the kind that exists between souls rather than within fire. It was her way of preserving what was sacred about that place, not its flame, but its peace. For the Firelink Shrine had always been a paradox. It was built around a flame that demanded sacrifice, yet it was also the only place where one could feel free. It represented both the cycle's cruelty and its mercy. Within its circle of light, even the cursed could feel for a moment that their suffering had meaning. Each time an undead sat before the fire, they stared into themselves, into the reflection of their own perseverance. The shrine was not an altar to gods. It was a mirror for humanity. Long after its fire had faded, pilgrims of ash still spoke of Firelink as if it were a memory shared by all souls. Some claimed to see it in dreams, a circular room filled with dim light, the faint crackle of unseen embers, the whisper of robes moving through still air. Others said they heard the firekeeper's voice in the wind, her tone soft and unending. Ashen One, mayest thou find peace. Whether these were remnants of the old world or visions born from longing did not matter. The memory of Firelink had transcended its form. It had become archetype, the eternal sanctuary within the heart of all who remembered. The Ashen One, who had once knelt before its flame, would carry its memory longer than any. They had risen from that circle countless times, each resurrection another turn of the cycle. They had watched it change, the faces, the voices, the thrones. Yet, the feeling remained the same. That place was home, not because it was safe, but because it was true. It was where every journey began and ended, where every soul found its way back, no matter how far it wandered. When they stood in its ruins, at the end of all things, they felt no sorrow, only gratitude. The fire had done its part. Now it could rest, and so could they. The painter's brush trembled once as she thought of that place. Even when there was no flame, she said softly, they still found warmth there. She dipped her brush into Gael's blood and laid another stroke upon her canvas. A faint light shimmered across it, not gold, but pale and kind, like the last glow of an ember that knows it is loved. I will paint that, she said, a place where warmth does not burn. And so she did. In her world, the Firelink Shrine lived again, not as stone and flame, but as feeling, a gathering place for souls. It existed, not in space, but in the heart's memory. Whenever one felt lost, they would find it again. A quiet circle, a dim light, and the whisper of a voice that said, "You are not alone." Perhaps that is the truest legacy of the fire. Not the kingdoms it built, nor the wars it fueled, but the spaces it left behind when it was gone. The shrine remains, eternal not because of fire, but because of love. The love of those who could never stop hoping, never stop tending, never stop remembering. And in that memory, the fire still flickers, soft as breath, infinite as rest. Far beneath the fading world, deeper even than the roots of ash and time, there lies a place that was never meant to be seen by mortal eyes. The ringed city, final refuge of the gods' greatest secret and the last echo of their desperate dream. Hidden at the edge of the world, folded beneath the fabric of time, it was built to contain the remnants of a pact made long before memory began. Here, where the sky curves inward and eternity loops back upon itself, the last children of the furtive pygmy slept beneath the illusion of peace. They were the keepers of the dark soul's purest fragments, imprisoned within a dream spun by divine deceit. The ringed city was both paradise and prison. Its walls, endless and circular, symbolized protection, yet their perfect shape betrayed their true purpose: containment. Filianore, daughter of Gwyn, had been placed there as warden, her slumber stretched into eternity to preserve the illusion of time. Her dream wrapped around the city like a veil, holding back the encroaching truth of the world's decay. For ages uncounted, the pygmies' descendants lived within that dream, unaware that their protector's sleep had long since become their cage. Outside the illusion, the world was ash and silence. Within it, time still pretended to flow, and the sun still shone with false grace. The pygmy lords, ancient and frail, remained bound to this false dawn, their forms withered into hollowed shadows of the beings they once were. They had been given a promise by the gods, sanctuary in exchange for submission. Yet that promise, like all made in the age of fire, was founded on fear. The gods had sealed away the dark soul not to protect it, but to hide from it. The ringed city was the grave where they buried their guilt, the monument to their refusal to face the dark they had inherited. And so it stood, unchanging, eternal in its deception, until the world above began to crumble, and the dream could no longer hold. When Gael, the slave knight, reached its gates, he did not come as conqueror or pilgrim, but as something older, as destiny itself. His journey through the endless wastes of ash had brought him here, to the last bastion of memory, where the truth of humanity's origins still slept beneath layers of illusion. The city greeted him not with hostility, but with quiet resignation. Its guards, the ringed knights, fought not to defend life, but to preserve the dream. Their armor, etched with the symbols of flame and dark entwined, shone faintly beneath the dying sun, an echo of their oath to guard what they no longer understood. Through the streets of the city, Gael walked like a ghost passing through forgotten prayers. The air shimmered with the weight of ages, every sound muffled by Filianore's dream. The towers leaned inward, their gold tarnished to grey, their domes reflecting a sky that no longer existed. The bells that once tolled for the gods' glory had fallen silent, yet in their silence, one could almost hear the hum of slumbering divinity, the heartbeat of a lie too old to be named. At the city's centre stood Filianore herself, her body untouched by time, her hands folded in eternal rest. Her presence was both tender and terrible, the embodiment of stasis mistaken for mercy. Gael approached her not with reverence but with sorrow. He had no wish to harm her, yet he knew that her dream must end. Humanity's truth could not awaken while the gods' illusion endured. With trembling hands, he reached out and touched the edge of her veil. In that moment, the dream shattered. The illusion of sunlight dissolved, the city around him crumbled into dust, and time itself exhaled, centuries collapsing into a single breath. What had been gold became ash. What had been eternal revealed its rot. Filianore's body aged in an instant, her form turning to dust, her face serene even in death. Her final gift was silence, the kind that follows truth revealed. When the veil lifted, the ringed city revealed its true form. A corpse of stone and shadow beneath a blood-red sky. The towers leaned like bones, the air heavy with the scent of age and despair. In this unveiled world, the pygmy lords lay exposed, frail figures huddled in the dust, their crowns broken, their eyes hollow. They had been kings of nothing, protectors of an inheritance they were forbidden to use. Their souls had grown brittle with waiting, their humanity drained by the very protection they had been promised. And in their midst lay the blood of the dark soul, pooled and dormant, pulsing faintly like a heart that refused to die. Gael knelt before that blood, and in its reflection, he saw not the gods, but himself. A being born of servitude, shaped by endless obedience. In the stillness, he understood that the god's dream had never truly ended, because it lived within all who still sought purpose. The ringed city was not merely a place, it was the embodiment of faith clinging to illusion. To end the dream, he would have to consume it, to take into himself the remnants of the god's false eternity and transform it into something true. And so, he drank the blood of the dark soul. The moment it touched his lips, the world shuddered. The essence of humanity, ancient, infinite, unrestrained, flooded through him. It filled every hollow within his being, burning brighter than any fire, heavier than any shadow. He felt the grief of ages, the longing of forgotten souls, the pain of every life that had been trapped within the god's cycle. It was too vast for one vessel, yet he bore it, not with pride, but with devotion. The ringed city trembled as its illusions dissolved entirely. The god's last dream was over. When the Ashen One found Gael amidst that ruin, he was no longer a man but a living storm, the convergence of fire, dark, and ash. The battle that followed was not one of hatred, but of inheritance. Each strike between them was a dialogue, each fall of blade and burst of blood a question. Who now carries the world's truth? When Gael fell, it was not in defeat but in completion. The dream of the gods had ended, and humanity's creation had begun. The painter, far above in her frozen chapel, felt it, the breaking of the illusion, the closing of an age. When she dipped her brush into Gael's blood, she did not simply create a new world, she painted the end of the old one. The ringed city and all it symbolized, faith, repression, eternity, was transfigured into art. No longer a prison, it became a memory, gentle and distant, its sorrow preserved, but no longer binding. The gods had dreamed of permanence, but what they created instead was a cycle of suffering. Through Gael's sacrifice, that cycle was finally laid to rest. The ringed city stands no more, yet its echo remains in the color of the painter's work, the hue of endings that have found peace. Perhaps that is the truest legacy of the gods, not their power, not their flame, but their dream. A dream that humanity inherited, reshaped, and finally understood. For even gods can learn from their own undoing. And so the ringed city, once the world's deepest secret, became its softest truth, that nothing eternal can remain pure, and that in the breaking of illusions, something more enduring is born. When the gods' illusions had faded, and the last of their golden cities had turned to dust, what remained were the children, the true inheritors of the world, though they did not yet understand what it meant to inherit. Humanity had always existed beneath divine shadow, its origins concealed, its nature diminished. The gods had named them lesser, called their darkness a flaw, their mortality a curse. Yet when the fire faded, it was humanity that endured, for endurance had always been its truest form of divinity. In the quiet after the end, when the skies hung red and the air hummed with the memory of fire, the children of humanity began to remember what they were. They were not born from the flame. They were born from what came before. From the dark soul, the quiet pulse that had existed even before light first divided itself from shadow. It was the fragment of existence that needed no beginning or end, only continuation. The furtive pygmy had found it at the dawn of the world, a spark so subtle that even the gods overlooked it. In it was the promise of a different kind of eternity, not the endless repetition of fire, but the infinite renewal of memory. The gods had taken their strength from light, but humanity's strength lay in what followed. The persistence of being after the light was gone. For ages that truth had been hidden, locked away in the ringed city, diluted through bloodlines and forgotten by time. But with Gael's sacrifice, it returned. The painter's brush carried it forward, spreading the pigment of the dark soul across her canvas, shaping a new world from the memory of the old. And within that painted dawn, the children of humanity awoke. Not the children of gods or flame, but of remembrance. They were not divine, nor were they cursed. They were simply aware. At first, they lived quietly, as if afraid to breathe too loudly in a world that was still forming. The air around them shimmered with colour, soft and endless. The sky an ever-changing tapestry of twilight. There was no sun, no moon, no hierarchy of light and dark, only balance. They felt warmth from the ground beneath their feet, not from fire, but from life itself. The wind carried echoes of laughter and grief, as though every emotion of the old world had been woven into this one. It was not paradise, for it did not deny sorrow, but neither was it hell, for sorrow was no longer punishment. It was understanding. The children learned quickly. They did not build kingdoms, for they had no desire to rule. They did not pray, for they had no gods to fear. Instead, they listened to the hum of the air, to the whisper of the trees that had begun to grow from the ash, to the distant songs of rivers that remembered the shape of the world before flame. Their world did not demand purpose, it invited presence. Each moment was both beginning and ending. Each breath a small act of creation. In their faces, one could see traces of all who had come before. The knights who had once carried swords now carried seeds. Their strength had turned to gentleness. The clerics who had prayed for fire now found faith in stillness. Even the hollows, whose empty eyes had once gazed into nothing, now saw beauty in the simplest of things. The fall of light upon stone, the pattern of ripples in a shallow pool. The curse of undeath had ended not because it was broken, but because it was understood. Death had reclaimed its meaning, and with it, life had regained its sweetness. It is said that the first child to be born in the painter's world opened her eyes not to light, but to colour. The hues of her surroundings shifted like breath, shades of red that were not fire, blues that carried no cold, and golds that shimmered without brilliance. Her first cry echoed through the stillness like the sound of a new age awakening. The painter smiled when she heard it. "The world remembers," she whispered, and her brush moved again. These children were not marked by flame or dark, for both lived within them in harmony. The blood of the dark soul flowed through their veins, yet so too did the memory of light. They were complete, the synthesis of what the gods had feared and what humanity had longed for. Their eyes held depth. Within them, reflections of stars that had never burned. In their presence, the world did not need a sun, for they carried illumination within. They told stories of the old ages, not as history, but as myth. The tale of the fire that tried to last forever, of gods who feared to fade, of a knight who carried the colour of humanity to the end of the world. These stories were not told with sorrow, but with reverence. The children did not resent the gods or pity their downfall. They saw in them the same yearning that lived in all things, the desire to be remembered, and so they remembered. Through song, through art, through quiet moments of reflection, they carried forward everything that had been. The painter herself watched over them not as ruler, but as witness. She continued to paint, but now her canvas was the sky itself. The world changed as she painted, not violently, but with the gentleness of sleep. Each new colour she added became a new season, each stroke a new horizon. The children called her the first artist, though she refused the name. "I did not create this," she would say softly. "I only remembered it into being." And in her eyes, one could see the reflection of the man who had given her the pigment to begin. Gael, the last knight, whose sacrifice had birthed their dawn. His memory lingered not as myth, but as colour. When the sky deepened into red at dusk, they said it was his blood flowing across the heavens, not in violence, but in remembrance. When the stars glowed faintly against the eternal twilight, they said it was the echo of the fire, still shining softly to guide them home. The children of humanity lived without cycles, for they had learned the lesson the gods could not, that eternity is not found in repetition, but in renewal. They lived not to preserve, but to experience, not to escape death, but to honour life. In their laughter and their silence, the world found its rhythm again. It was the sound of balance, the heartbeat of a creation that no longer feared itself. Perhaps that is what it means to be human, to remember what has ended, to forgive what has passed, and to love what remains. The gods built monuments, the children built memory, and in that memory they became divine, not through power, but through peace. Some nights, when the world grew very quiet, the painter would step outside her chapel and gaze upon the horizon. The air would shimmer faintly, and she would hear the distant murmur of countless voices, the laughter of the living, the whispers of the dead, the hum of creation itself. And in that sound, she would hear the same word repeated over and over, in every tone, in every language: thank you. For the age of gods had ended, but the age of remembrance had just begun. In every age that burned, in every world that rose from the ashes of another, one truth remained unbroken: the soul endures. Long after the first flame had flickered out, after even the memory of fire had faded into legend, souls still drifted through the quiet of existence like embers refusing to cool. They were not bound to flesh, nor to purpose, nor even to time. They were the breath of the world itself, the unseen current that moved through all living things, connecting them in ways the gods had never understood. For while fire brought division, the soul brought continuity. It was the thread that wove every story together, from the dawn of light to the last painted horizon. When the world was new and the gods still walked among mortals, they had believed the soul to be a gift, a fragment of divinity granted to those they favoured. But that was their arrogance speaking. The soul was older than the gods, older than fire, older even than the concept of creation. It did not come from the flame came from it. When the furtive pygmy discovered the dark soul beneath the newborn world, he had merely uncovered what had always been. The essence of existence that neither begins nor ends, only transforms. The gods built their kingdoms upon the illusion that fire gave life, but the soul had been there long before their light. Even as the first flame waned, its echo, the souls it had once illuminated, continued to move, to evolve, to persist. They carried with them memory, and in memory, they carried identity. That is why the undead, even in their hollowing, clung to faint recollections of who they once were. It was not vanity that kept them tethered to the world, but instinct. The the soul's refusal to be erased. In this, there was a strange kind of grace. The body could decay, the mind could falter, but the soul always found a way to continue, to take new shape, to inhabit new worlds. The persistence of souls was not defiance. It was the universe remembering itself. When Gael consumed the blood of the dark soul, he became more than a man. He became a vessel of memory. Within him flowed the essence of all humanity, all suffering, all endurance. Every soul that had ever burned in the light of the first flame, every hollow that had ever wandered in search of purpose, every life that had ended in despair or hope, all of it converged in him. He carried that burden to the very edge of existence, and when he fell, the painter inherited it. Through her art, those souls found new form, not as bodies, but as colour. Each hue she laid upon her canvas was a memory reborn, each line a life restored through beauty. In the painter's world, the souls no longer clung to flesh. They drifted through the air like wind, shimmering faintly in the twilight, whispering to those who would listen. They did not haunt or possess. They sang. Their voices were not sorrowful, but serene, the sound of completion. Every creature, every blade of grass, every drop of water carried within it a fragment of those ancient souls. The cycle of rebirth no longer demanded suffering. It had become natural, quiet, effortless. The souls did not seek to escape the world, for they had learned that there was nowhere else to go. To persist was not a curse anymore. It was simply to be. The children of humanity grew up with this truth as part of their being. They did not fear death, for they knew it was not an end, but a transition, a soft movement from one form of memory to another. When one of them passed away, their body would return to the earth and their soul would drift upward, glowing faintly before dispersing into the air. The living did not weep for them. Instead, they would sit quietly beneath the fading light and listen. For in the sighing of the wind, they could hear the voice of their loved one blending into the rhythm of the world. They called it the passing of breath, and they believed it was the world itself breathing them home. The painter often wondered where her own soul would go when her time came. Would it linger in the world she had made, or return to the memory of Gael's sacrifice? Or perhaps dissolve entirely into the colour she had mixed from his blood? The question did not trouble her. It comforted her. For she understood now what the gods never could. That meaning does not depend on permanence. The soul endures, not because it is eternal, but because it is shared. Every soul carries the trace of another. Every life is the continuation of all that came before. In that endless web of remembrance, there is no isolation, no true loss. In the quiet spaces of her world, she painted with this truth in mind. Her art was no longer an act of creation, but of communion. When her brush touched the canvas, she could feel the presence of countless souls guiding her hand. Not as voices or visions, but as emotions, faint and profound. A flicker of joy here, a trace of sorrow there. Every colour she laid down was alive with history. The souls of the old world, knights, wanderers, gods, hollows, all found their place in her work. The world she painted became their resting place, not in stillness, but in movement. For memory, like flame, is never still. It dances. The persistence of souls reshaped the meaning of time itself. Without the tyranny of fire's cycle, the world no longer moved in strict lines of birth and decay. It flowed like water, folding back upon itself, allowing the past to breathe within the present. The painter's world did not age, it evolved. The souls within it continued to change, learning, adapting, remembering. They did not seek to transcend their nature. They were content to persist, not as masters of existence, but as participants in its quiet harmony. In their persistence, the the souls became the true light of the world. It was not a light that shone, but one that warmed. It existed in gestures, the kindness of a hand offered to another, the patience of waiting beside a dying fire, the laughter shared in twilight. These were the flames that could never fade. They did not consume, they comforted. And though no one called them by name, everyone felt them. Perhaps that is why, when night fell across the painter's world, the darkness never frightened anyone. It was never empty. It pulsed softly with the presence of those who had come before, their souls moving through the air like the slow rhythm of waves against the shore. Children would lie awake beneath the stars, watching as faint trails of light drifted overhead, the souls of the departed, still wandering, still singing. The elders would smile and tell them, "Those are not stars. Those are memories finding their way home." In that gentle world, the soul had finally found its peace, not through victory or conquest, but through acceptance. Its persistence was not a defiance of death, but a conversation with it. Fire had once burned to deny the dark. Now, the dark embraced the warmth of the soul. The two were no longer enemies. They had become the same thing. And somewhere, far beyond the edges of the painter's world, where the color fades into silence, one could almost hear a voice, ancient, kind, and weary. Perhaps it was the echo of the firekeeper. Perhaps it was the memory of Gael. Perhaps it was the world itself, whispering to the souls that persisted within it, "You have not been forgotten. You are the fire that endures." There was a time, long before the world grew quiet, when the firekeepers stood at the threshold between light and dark, their lives devoted to a duty that few could comprehend and fewer still could bear. They were neither warriors nor priests, neither mortal nor divine. They were guardians of balance, chosen not to command the flame, but to tend it, to cradle it in gentleness when all others sought to wield it. They were the keepers of warmth in a world that forgot what warmth meant. And though their names have long since been lost to ash and wind, their legacy endures, woven into the memory of every ember that ever glowed, every soul that ever sought solace before a fire. The firekeepers were not chosen for their strength, but for their stillness. In a world built upon conflict, gods warring against dark, men warring against time, they alone were tasked with listening. Theirs was a burden of silence. They did not speak of the flame's power, nor of its purpose. They simply watched it breathe, watched it flicker, watched it hunger and rest. To them, the flame was not a symbol of glory or divinity. It was a living thing, fragile and sacred. Their blindfolds were not veils of ignorance, but of reverence. By forgoing sight, they learned to see what eyes could not. The pulse beneath the fire, the rhythm that tied every spark to every soul. In the age of Firelink Shrine, the firekeeper tended the last flame with a tenderness that bordered on love. She guided the Ashen One, her voice calm as dawn, her words carrying the weight of 1,000 ages. To the weary and the cursed, she offered not salvation, but rest. "Ashen One," she would whisper, "mayst thou find peace." Her prayer was not a benediction of triumph, but a farewell. A hope that, when the fire's time finally came, it might die in grace. She knew, better than any god or knight, that to cling forever to light is to deny the beauty of dusk. The firekeeper's heart held no fear of the dark. In its quiet depths, she had seen that darkness was not an ending, but a homecoming. When the first flame faded and the shrines grew cold, it was said that the firekeepers did not die. They simply stepped away from their stations, unburdened at last. Some returned to the dust, their bodies dissolving into the very ashes they had tended. Others wandered the grey fields, their footsteps light as wind, carrying the warmth of the old fires within their souls. Wherever they walked, small flames bloomed in their wake, not great pyres or roaring infernos, but gentle lights, like candles left for memory. These were not fires of power, but of remembrance. They burned only for those who needed them. In time, stories arose among the children of the painter's world. They spoke of women who appeared in the twilight, robed in grey, their eyes covered, their voices soft as rain. These figures would approach those who grieved or wandered and sit beside them without a word. In their presence, sorrow eased, not because it vanished, but because it was seen. The children called them the keepers of quiet flame, believing them to be echoes of the old fire keepers, now free from duty, yet still drawn to comfort those who sought the light. Whether they were spirits or memories, no one could say. But wherever they lingered, warmth followed. The painter herself felt their presence often. When the night grew long and her hand trembled with fatigue, she would sense the faint hum of their voices, not in words, but in rhythm. A cadence she recognized from the shrine she once knew, from the voice that had guided her through silence. "Ashen one," it would whisper still, though no one stood beside her. "The fire fades, but you endure." And in those moments, she understood. The firekeepers had never been bound to place or flame. They were bound to the act of tending, to the simple, sacred care that keeps life moving forward, even when all seems lost. The legacy of the firekeepers was not in the fire itself, but in the way they held it. They taught the world how to love what must die, how to tend to what cannot last. Their hands, forever marked by the warmth they once cradled, became symbols of compassion. In the painter's world, that compassion lived on in every gesture of care. When one soul shared warmth with another, when a stranger paused to light a lantern for the weary, when a mother held her child through the cold, these were the echoes of the firekeeper's touch. They had taught humanity that tending is itself a form of faith, and so, even after fire had ceased to define the world, its spirit remained, not in gods or thrones, but in kindness. The painter's brush moved in rhythm with that memory. She painted figures kneeling beside small flames, their faces serene, their hands outstretched not to control, but to shelter. Her canvas glowed faintly where their palms touched the light, as though the act of care itself created illumination. This was her tribute to the firekeepers, not as relics of the past, but as the soul of endurance, the eternal gesture of preservation. In their stillness, the firekeepers had taught a lesson that the gods never could. That strength lies not in conquest, but in compassion. That eternity is not preserved through domination, but through care. The flame they guarded had always been destined to fade, but the act of tending it was eternal. It was the world's first act of love. And perhaps in the painter's quietest hours, when the colours on her canvas caught the faint shimmer of unseen hands, she would smile and whisper, "Thank you." Not to gods, not to heroes, but to those who kept the flame company in its long decline. For they had shown that even endings deserve tenderness. In their legacy, the world learned how to rest, and in rest, how to live again. There was once a time when the Firelink Shrine was not merely a refuge, but a temple. When its flame was not simply a hearth, but the heart of belief itself. Pilgrims came from lands long forgotten, hollowed yet hopeful, their souls drawn toward the dim glow that pierced the endless dusk. They knelt in silence before the bonfire, whispering prayers not to gods, but to the fire that had once bound them to existence. This was the firelink faith, a devotion born not from commandment but from longing, a desperate reverence for warmth in a world that had grown cold. Yet like all faiths that find comfort in power, it began to change. The shrine became sacred ground, its walls inscribed with ritual and law. Priests arose where once there had been wanderers, and doctrines replaced the simple act of tending. They preached that the flame was eternal, that through devotion its light could be preserved forever. Pilgrims were taught to sacrifice, not their lives, but their identities, surrendering their will to the promise that their souls might one day join the fire's brilliance. The faith spread like embers on wind, burning quietly in the hearts of those who still feared the dark. But the truth could not be hidden forever. The fire was fading, as it always had. Its hunger was unending, and each age of rekindling left the world dimmer than before. The firelink priests, unable to reconcile their faith with the silence of their god, began to fracture. Some clung harder to the rituals, lighting new bonfires, even as the ash beneath them grew cold. Others turned to despair, believing the fading of the flame to be proof that humanity had been forsaken. The firelink faith became divided, half in worship, half in mourning, and through their division, their truth unraveled. The firekeepers, once silent witnesses to the flame, watched this decline with the patience of stone. They had always known what the priests refused to see, that the fire's fading was not failure, but fulfillment. To them, the end of the flame was not a loss, but a return. They whispered this truth softly, to any who would listen, but few did. The faithful could not accept a God that desired its own extinction, and so they turned their prayers into fear. They built walls against the dark, sealed away the shrines, and banished those who spoke of peace in the flame's passing. For a time, the firelink faith persisted in hollow form. The rituals continued, though their meaning had long been forgotten. Bonfires were kindled with ashes instead of embers, their glow a mere reflection of the warmth that had once filled the shrine. Pilgrims recited prayers that no longer resonated, their words brittle as parchment. The firekeepers who remained were revered as relics, their silence mistaken for piety rather than understanding. And yet, within that silence, something deeper stirred, the quiet awakening of truth. The last firekeeper of the shrine, veiled and unyielding, understood that the age of faith was ending. She tended the final flame not to preserve it, but to ease its passing. Her blind eyes had long since learned to see without light. Each flicker of the fire reflected not divinity, but memory. The faces of all who had come before, the echoes of countless souls who had burned and returned. When the priest came to her, demanding renewal, she did not argue. She simply whispered, "It has burned long enough." They called her heretic, and she did not deny it. For what is heresy, if not the truth that love speaks when power has forgotten how to listen? As the flame dimmed for the final time, the firelink faith dissolved. The shrines were abandoned, their altars left to dust. The great bells that once signaled rekindling grew silent, and the prayers of the devout faded into the wind. Yet in the stillness that followed, a different kind of devotion began to bloom, one not bound by doctrine or fear, but by gratitude. Those who survived the fall of the faith no longer prayed to the flame. They thanked it. They gathered in small circles, sharing warmth not from fire, but from each other. They began to understand that the flame's purpose had never been worship, but connection. The painter's world, when it came into being, carried the faint echo of that understanding. Her people did not build temples. They did not raise altars or preach salvation. Instead, they created places of quiet gathering, circles of stone or wood where travelers could rest and share stories. At the center of each was a small light, not a fire, but a lamp, a soft glow that symbolized remembrance rather than power. These were called hearths, and those who tended them were known not as priests, but as listeners. Their role was simple: to keep the warmth alive through compassion. In them, the legacy of the firekeepers continued, purified of all the weight that faith had once imposed. Somewhere, in that painted dawn, the painter herself sat beside one such hearth. The world around her was silent save for the hum of creation. The light before her flickered faintly, not with hunger, but with peace. She spoke softly, as if addressing an unseen companion. "You see," she murmured, "they do not worship anymore. They remember, and that is enough." Her words carried through the air like a prayer without a god, a prayer of gratitude, not supplication. For in remembrance, the Firelink faith had found its true ending. It had not perished in failure, but transformed in understanding. Its temples had fallen, but its warmth had survived, transmuted from flame into love, from ritual into art, from fear into memory. And perhaps, somewhere in the quiet between worlds, the last firekeeper still kneels beside the ashes of her shrine. The flame before her is gone, yet her hands remain open, cupped as if to cradle what once was. Her blindfold flutters in a wind that no longer blows, and though no one can hear her, she whispers still, "Ashen one, let it rest." The faith that once sought to preserve eternity had finally learned to honor impermanence. And in that acceptance, it became immortal. When the gods fell silent and their cities sank beneath the grey weight of centuries, their grandeur did not vanish at once. It lingered, as all great illusions do, long after its substance had gone. Their statues still towered above the ruins. Their temples still stood in solemn defiance of time. Yet within their walls, emptiness had begun to bloom. The gods themselves, those luminous beings who once held dominion over fire, life, and fate, had begun to hollow. Not in the way mortals did, their bodies collapsing into vacant husks, but in a manner far more tragic. The gods hollowed from within, their divinity eroding into memory, their purpose dissolving in the silence that followed their own lies. The hollowing of gods is not decay, it is awakening. For to hollow is to confront truth without the comfort of illusion, and truth, for gods, is unbearable. They had built eternity upon fear, fear of the dark, fear of death, fear of the world continuing without them. Their entire age had been an act of denial, a struggle to maintain fire against the will of the cosmos to rest. When the fire began to fade, it was not just the world that dimmed, but their conviction. The gods, who had once shone, with certainty found themselves staring into the dark and finding no reflection. They realized, too late, that the light they had carried was not their own. It was borrowed, a spark stolen from the flame they worshipped and consumed by their pride. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, had been the first to hollow. His sacrifice, once hailed as divine, was the act of a desperate being who could not accept impermanence. When he cast himself into the flame, he did not transcend mortality. He fled from it. His body burned, his soul fragmented, and his will became the chain that bound every age that followed. In the end, even his light could not save him. The chosen undead, who came to his chamber, did not find a god of radiance, but a hollowed figure, mad and swinging blindly, his glory reduced to instinct. In that tragic moment, the first god died, as a man does, not in grandeur, but in futility. The others followed in kind. Gwyndolin, his youngest child, remained loyal to his father's illusion, weaving moonlight to hide the truth. When Aldrich devoured him, it was not the body of a god that was consumed, but the last remnant of faith. Guinevere's beauty faded into myth, her image worshipped by those who never knew she had fled. Even the nameless dragons who had preceded the gods succumbed to stillness, their immortal forms petrified by time's indifference. Divinity, stripped of purpose, began to resemble the hollowness it once pitied. In the final days of the Age of Fire, the gods who remained withdrew into shadow. Their voices, once thunder, became whispers carried by the wind. Some took refuge in the dreams of mortals, where their images persisted, warped, distant, kind and cruel by turns. Others dissolved entirely, their souls scattering into the fabric of the world they had once ruled. Yet even as they vanished, their essence did not disappear. It transformed. The gods hollowed, but their hollowness became fertile ground. From their absence, humanity learned to define itself. To understand the hollowing of gods is to understand that divinity was never separate from humanity. The gods were not born from some higher plane. They were reflections of the human longing for meaning. Their fire burned bright because men believed in its warmth. Their power endured because mortals feared its loss. When the first flame faltered and belief faltered with it, the gods discovered what mortals had always known: that to exist is to waver, and to waver is to feel. It was in their undoing that the gods became most like those they had ruled. In the ringed city, Filianore had dreamed herself into oblivion, sustaining an illusion of peace long after reality had turned to ash. Her awakening was her hollowing, the gentle collapse of purpose when confronted by truth. When her dream ended, the illusion of divine stewardship ended with it. The world did not crumble in vengeance, it exhaled. The gods' hollowness was not punishment, but release. At last, they could rest, freed from the tyranny of worship and the endless labor of sustaining light. And yet, their memory persisted, not in temples, but in the quiet reverence of those who came after. The painter's world was not without gods, for the divine had not truly died. It had changed shape. The children of humanity saw divinity not in distant figures, but in the small miracles of life itself, in the way color met shadow, in the warmth shared between souls, in the act of creation born from sorrow. The gods had been hollowed so that their essence could return to the people from whom it had been taken. Their power no longer commanded, it inspired. Their names no longer summoned awe. They whispered understanding. Sometimes, in the twilight of the painter's world, when the sky deepened into the soft hue between red and violet, figures could be seen walking along the horizon. Faint silhouettes, vast yet humble. They bore no crowns, no weapons, no glory. They moved slowly, their forms translucent, their steps leaving no trace. Some believed these were the shades of the old gods, wandering through memory, finally free of their thrones. Others thought they were dreams, the world remembering itself in familiar shapes. But none feared them. The people greeted them as they would old friends, offering quiet words into the dusk. "You are welcome here." The painter herself sometimes paused her work to look upon those distant forms. "They are hollow," she would murmur, not with pity, but with wonder. "And yet, they are beautiful." She would dip her brush in the crimson pigment of Gael's blood and add a soft curve to her horizon. A reminder that even gods, once hollowed, can become part of the art that outlives them. Perhaps this was the final redemption of divinity, not to rule, but to be remembered. The gods, who had once sought eternity through fire, achieved it instead through their absence. Their hollowness became space, space for humanity to breathe, to create, to live without fear. And so, the hollowness of gods became the fullness of the world. From the ashes of their pride grew understanding. From the silence of their fall rose harmony. No longer did the heavens burn with judgment. They glowed softly with reflection, the final light of those who had once feared the dark, now at peace within it. The gods had finally learned what humanity had known all along, that to endure, one must be willing to fade. When the first flame at last gave its final sigh and the world slipped beyond the reach of both day and night, there came an hour unlike any before, a moment without measure, when light and dark ceased to contend. It was not an age of fire, nor an age of shadow. It was the stillness between heartbeats, the hush between breaths. The people who survived the end called it the endless twilight. In that hour, the sun did not rise, and the stars did not fall. The sky glowed softly, neither bright nor dim, coloured in the faint hues of memory, amber fading into blue, blue sinking into grey. It was a world forever caught between what had been and what was yet to come. At first, those who dwelled in it did not know what to call this new state of being. It was not peace, but it was not despair. There was warmth still, though it came not from fire, but from the pulse of the living earth. The rivers shimmered faintly as though carrying the reflection of an unseen light. The trees glowed at their edges, their leaves moving as if whispering to one another in languages older than sound. The people themselves found that they no longer aged as they once did. Time had loosened its grip, flowing not in lines, but in gentle circles. The past was not gone. It breathed quietly beside them, its echoes woven into the twilight air. In this soft equilibrium, the world began to heal. The ashes that had once covered everything, remnants of the burned ages, mingled with new soil, giving rise to strange and luminous growth. Flowers bloomed from cinders, their petals faintly translucent, each one carrying a faint warmth when touched. The old ruins of Lothric, of Anor Londo, of kingdoms long unnamed, were overgrown with ivy that glowed like moonlight. The world had not been reborn. It had remembered how to rest. The painter, whose brush had guided the birth of this new twilight, watched over it with quiet satisfaction. She no longer painted to shape the world, for it now moved with its own rhythm. Her canvas had become the sky itself, vast, unending, a living expression of balance. Sometimes she would climb to the highest point of her chapel, gaze into the horizon, and see faint traces of the old world shimmering within the new. She could still see the outline of Firelink's tower, its shape softened by mist, or the arches of Anor Londo faintly glowing in the distance. They were not ghosts, but memories made visible, the twilight's gentle way of saying that nothing truly disappears, only changes its form. The people of this age did not fear the dusk. They did not seek to rekindle the fire, nor to banish the dark. They had learned that both were sacred, that each gave the other meaning. Children were taught not to pray for light, but to listen for it, to close their eyes and feel its warmth in the air around them. And when night fell, they were told not to fear the dark, for it was merely the world closing its eyes to dream. In the endless twilight, even the stars were not fixed. They drifted like embers across the heavens, moving with slow grace, sometimes vanishing, sometimes returning, like thoughts remembered in sleep. It is said that in those days, no one dreamed alone. The souls of the living and the dead mingled in gentle harmony, their memories flowing together like rivers, meeting at sea. The painter's world had no afterlife, for there was no longer a need to divide existence into here and beyond. The world itself was both. When one passed away, their presence lingered. Not as a ghost, but as a change in the air, a familiar warmth in a certain breeze, a faint colour that appeared when the twilight deepened. In this way, life became endless, though never eternal. Everything was in motion, yet nothing was lost. The Ashen One, if they still walked the earth, had grown quiet in these years. Their armour had rusted to grey, their weapon dulled, their steps slow but steady. They no longer sought battles, for there were none left to fight. Yet wherever they went, flowers bloomed in their wake, and the people said that the earth remembered their struggle. The Ashen One had become part of the twilight, not as a hero or legend, but as a guardian of silence. They would sometimes sit upon a cliff's edge at dusk, watching as the horizon folded into itself, the last colours of the old world sinking into the new. They never spoke, but their eyes held the calm of one who had seen the world both burn and heal, and understood that both were necessary. Even the gods, or what remained of them, found rest in this soft dusk. Their memories, long dissolved into the ether, mingled with those of mortals. Their voices, once commanding and terrible, were now part of the twilight wind. Some said they could still hear them, faint hymns sung through the rustling of leaves, or laughter carried by the rivers. But these sounds did not bring awe or fear. They brought comfort. The gods, like all things, had become part of the world's great memory, their divinity transmuted into gentleness. There were still bonfires, though their flames were different now. They burned low and steady, their light more like breathing than burning. Travellers gathered around them not to rekindle the world, but to share stories of what once was. Tales of knights who had fought for fading suns, of firekeepers who had whispered to dying embers, of a knight named Gael who had painted the sky with his blood. These stories were not history. They were music. They were sung in quiet voices and ended without applause, for in the twilight, every ending was only another form of continuation. The endless twilight did not mark the death of time, but its understanding. In the cycles of light and dark that had defined the ages, time had always been an enemy, something to resist, to outrun, to master. Now, it was a companion, walking beside the living, unhurried, unjudging. There were no more chosen, no more lords, no more flames to link or extinguish. There was only being, the gentle act of existing in balance. The people no longer asked what came next, for there was no next, only now. And yet, even in this peace, the world did not fall into stillness. Creation continued, soft and ceaseless, as though the painter's brush still moved somewhere beyond sight. The colours of the sky shifted endlessly, never the same twice. The seasons blended together like fading notes of a song that never quite ended. The world was no longer sustained by fire or dark, but by memory, by the quiet persistence of all that had come before. In that soft and endless hour, one might walk across the fields of ash reborn as grass and feel that the world, after all its agony, had at last remembered what it meant to breathe. And as the wind moved across that open plain, carrying with it the scent of the old fires long gone, it would sound almost like a voice, low, calm, eternal, saying, "This is what remains when all is understood." The world had not ended. It had learned to rest. The world had fallen asleep beneath its own twilight, and for a time, it dreamed in silence. But all things that sleep eventually breathe again. Out of that stillness, so complete it might have seemed eternal, a soft pulse began to rise, faint at first, like the heartbeat of a child stirring in the womb of the earth. This was not a new age of flame, nor a return of light as it once was. It was gentler, quieter, The world was not rekindled. It was remembering how to live without needing to burn. The quiet rebirth had begun. It did not come in fire or thunder. It came in moments. The slow opening of a bud beneath ash. The song of water finding its way through stone. The breath of wind passing through hollow towers that had forgotten their purpose. The world was healing not through power, but through patience. It was as if the painter's brush, though long set aside, still traced its invisible strokes across creation, not shaping, but guiding, not commanding, but allowing. Her art had become the rhythm of being itself. The people of this new world did not see the rebirth as an event, but as a feeling, a sense that the air itself had softened. They woke each day to colours that seemed deeper, richer, as though the land had begun to hum again after a long silence. Children born beneath the endless twilight found that they could sense the memory of things before their time. When they touched the soil, they could feel the echo of the old fires, not as pain, but as warmth. When they looked to the horizon, they saw the faint shimmer of the worlds that had come before. The Rahansti out li Kalaing, a line of old kingdoms, the shadows of distant towers, all blending softly into their own. To them, the past was not gone, it was simply sleeping within everything that was alive. In the painter's chapel, the great canvas had grown vast, its edges dissolving into the sky itself. She no longer painted with pigment, for the colours of the world were now her medium. Sometimes she would stand before the horizon and simply raise her hand, and where her fingers moved, the light would shift. A streak of gold deepening into crimson, a thread of shadow bending toward blue. The quiet rebirth was her final work, though she never claimed it as her own. The world paints itself now, she would whisper, her voice barely louder than the wind. The Ashen One, older than any could imagine, still walked the land. No longer burdened by the weight of destiny, they wandered with the humility of one who had seen the full circle of existence. They carried no weapon now, only a simple staff, its surface worn smooth from countless journeys. Wherever they paused, the people would gather, not in reverence, but in companionship. They asked no questions of the past, for they already knew the answers. Instead, they shared silence, the kind that needed no words to be understood. In their presence, it was said that the air felt warmer, the light gentler. Some called them the Watcher of Twilight, others the Keeper of Stillness. But the Ashen One accepted no titles. They had been many things: hero, pilgrim, flame. And now they were simply a witness to peace. In this reborn world, creation did not replace destruction. It grew from it. The ruins were not erased, but embraced. The old cathedrals became gardens, their broken arches filled with flowering vines. The bones of dragons, long buried beneath the ash, became fertile ground for forests that glowed with faint inner light. Even the remnants of the gods' cities, their marble shattered and worn, now served as quiet sanctuaries for reflection. The people of the quiet rebirth had learned that beauty does not begin in perfection. It begins in what survives. There were still bonfires, though they no longer consumed. They were small, tended by communities, as places of gathering. Around them, people told stories not of power, but of memory. They spoke of Gael, the last knight, whose endless journey brought humanity its colour. They spoke of the firekeepers, who had held the flame with gentleness until its final breath. They spoke of the gods, not as tyrants, but as dreamers who had feared to fade. And they spoke of the painter, who gave the world its peace. These stories were not prayers. but promises, that remembrance would endure longer than flame ever could. Sometimes, when dusk deepened, the painter would feel the presence of Gael beside her, not in form, but in essence. The air would grow heavier with colour, the horizon flushed in that ancient crimson hue, and she would whisper, "You carried it well." She no longer wept for him. His sacrifice was no longer tragedy. It was the seed from which this gentle world had bloomed. Every brushstroke, every hue of her sky was his legacy, the proof that even suffering, when understood, can become creation. The quiet rebirth was not free from sorrow. There were still deaths, still partings, still moments of loss that bent the soul, but the people no longer fled from them. They had learned to hold grief as the firekeepers once held the flame, carefully, reverently, until it became light. In this way, sorrow too became sacred. The world no longer divided joy and pain, life and death. It understood that each was the echo of the other, and that both were necessary for the song of existence to be complete. The rivers of this new world glowed faintly beneath the twilight, reflecting the hues of unseen stars. Travellers who followed them said they could hear faint voices in their flow, laughter, sighs, fragments of words. It was said that these were the voices of souls returning, their memories carried by the current to the painter's horizon, where they would merge into the sky. Death had become a kind of homecoming, and the world itself had become the painter's final canvas, an art that never ended, yet never repeated. At night, when the sky deepened into a shade between violet and black, the people would look upward and see shapes moving faintly among the stars. Some swore they saw the silhouettes of knights, their armour dimly glowing, walking across the firmament. Others saw firekeepers tending to the constellations as though they were embers. Still others believed the painter herself stood among them, her brush raised, painting new stars into being with every breath of wind. Whether these visions were real or born of longing did not matter. They were reminders that creation was not confined to gods or artists. It belonged to everyone who remembered. The quiet rebirth was the world's sigh after a long sorrow. It was the first true rest, not forced by fire or darkness, but chosen by understanding. The cycles had ceased, but life continued, not as an endless struggle, but as an endless becoming. The world had learned to live as the flame had once burned, softly, beautifully, and without fear of fading. Perhaps this was the destiny that all ages had been moving toward. Not an age of gods, nor of men, but of peace. The moment when the world no longer needed to be saved, because it had accepted what it was. And somewhere in the boundless dusk, as the wind moved gently across the hills, one could still hear the faintest echo of a whisper carried through time. Ashen one, let it be still. Long after the last fire had gone cold, long after the ashes had mingled with the roots of new life, the memory of the flame still lingered. It drifted through the twilight, like a scent carried on unseen wind, faint, warm, and mournful. Though the world no longer burned, it had not forgotten what it meant to burn. Every colour in the sky, every shimmer of light upon the rivers, every gentle glow in the heart of night was born of that remembrance. The flame was gone, yet its echo remained everywhere, not as destruction, but as tenderness. The world had not lost its fire. It had learned to live with it quietly. In those days, the flame was no longer something to be tended or feared. It had become myth, the way dreams become truth when they are remembered too long. Children grew up hearing stories of it, the golden fire that once divided light from shadow, the living hunger that gave birth to gods and ended them alike. They listened wide-eyed to tales of the first flame, and when the story was done, they would sit in silence, gazing at their hearths, as though trying to see the reflection of that ancient light within the embers of their small lamps. Some claimed that when they closed their eyes, they could still feel its warmth on their skin, not burning, but comforting, like the memory of a hand that once held theirs. The painter spoke often of the flame, though her tone was never one of longing. "It was beautiful," she would say softly, "but it was never meant to last." She understood the flame not as tragedy, but as lesson. It had been the world's first attempt at expression, the cosmos learning to speak through light and shadow. Every age that followed had been an echo of that first word, trying to find its true meaning. And when the flame finally faded, it was not a failure, but a completion. It had spoken all it needed to say. The people of the quiet rebirth came to see the flame as something within themselves rather than above them. It was no longer a thing that could be rekindled or extinguished. It was the quiet warmth behind every act of kindness, the glow in every shared gaze, the spark of creation in every new song or painting or dream. The flame had become memory, and memory had become life. In this way, the fire was eternal after all, not as a force that consumed, but as an inheritance carried by all who remembered. There were still places where the memory of the old fire burned stronger. Deep within the ruins of Firelink Shrine, where the last true flame had been tended, a faint glow still lived among the stones. It did not flicker or crackle, it pulsed softly, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. No one guarded it now. No firekeeper knelt beside it. No Ashen One approached it in silence. And yet, the air around it was alive with warmth. Those who came upon the shrine by chance would often stop there, without knowing why. They would sit before that quiet light, and in its glow, their thoughts would grow still. Some said that if you listened closely, you could still hear a voice. Soft, familiar, endlessly patient. Ashen One, mayst thou find peace. This light did not seek to reclaim the world. It did not call for heroes or sacrifices. It existed simply to remind. The flame's greatest legacy was not the power it bestowed, but the connection it created. Every age that had risen from its ashes, from the golden era of gods to the painted world's gentle twilight, had carried within it the same question: how to live with the fire without letting it consume. And though each age had answered differently, the question itself was sacred. It was the heartbeat of existence. The painter once visited the shrine in her later years. The path had grown over with moss and flowers, and the great archway had collapsed into the earth. She found the place by instinct, not memory. When she entered the chamber, the faint light greeted her like an old friend. She knelt before it, though she no longer needed to see it, to feel its warmth. The air around her shimmered faintly, and for a moment it seemed as though all the world's colours had gathered there. Every shade of flame, from the deepest ember to the brightest dawn. She smiled, her eyes reflecting that light, and whispered, "You were never a curse. You were simply too beautiful to last." As she sat there, she began to remember the countless souls that had lived by that flame. The firekeepers who had tended it with reverence, the knights who had fought to preserve it, the hollows who had wandered endlessly in its fading glow. They had all been drawn by the same yearning, the same ancient longing to be part of something that burned brighter than themselves. And in their striving, they had become its truest expression. The flame had not belonged to the gods who claimed it, nor even to the fire itself. It had always belonged to those who loved it enough to let it go. When she left the shrine, the painter did not look back. She knew the light would remain, quiet and patient, waiting for the next wanderer to find it. And so it did, year after year, century after century. The world changed, but that small ember endured, not as fire, but as memory. It was no longer a beacon to guide, it was a mirror to reflect. To sit before it was to see oneself, fragile, enduring, luminous with the traces of all who came before. There were some who believed that the flame still dreamed, that within that last ember lay the soul of the world itself, not asleep, but watching. They said that when the painter's time came, and her brush fell silent, she would join that dream. Her art would fade from the canvas, but its memory would flow into the ember, keeping it alive. In this way, creation would never end. The flame would not need to burn again, because it would live through everything it had inspired. The memory of the flame was not nostalgia. It was understanding. It taught that endings are not erasures, but transformations. That light, when it fades, does not vanish. It becomes part of everything it once touched. And so, in the world's quiet rebirth, the flame found its true immortality. It was no longer bound to fuel or form. It was the soft warmth of being remembered, the glow that lives in every act of compassion, every whisper of love, every story told beneath the twilight sky. Perhaps that is why, even now, the horizon still burns faintly at dusk, not with fire, but with memory. The world remembers what it once was, and in doing so, it becomes what it was always meant to be. Not a kingdom of light or dark, but a home for both. And in that soft, unending hour, as the twilight deepens and the air hums with remembrance, one might hear, carried through the stillness, the quiet voice of the world itself, the voice of the old fire, speaking not in flame, but in warmth. Do not fear to fade. I am within you still. When ages had passed into memory, and even the memory had softened into myth, there remained one figure who lingered upon the horizon, as constant and silent as the twilight itself. The painter, no longer young, yet not old in the way mortals understand, still worked upon her endless canvas. The world she had shaped now breathed on its own, vibrant and self-sustaining. Yet her brush had never left her hand. She no longer painted to create, but to remember, to keep the flow of being from stagnating, to ensure that even stillness did not become forgetfulness. She had watched generations rise and fall beneath the twilight, their laughter echoing across the hills where once the ashes of kingdoms lay. Children born in the age of calm had grown into storytellers, their words carrying the warmth of memory rather than the weight of history. They no longer spoke of gods or curses or chosen ones, but of seasons, of colour, of the pulse of the world that hummed beneath their feet. The flame was a story now, and in that transformation, it had found its gentlest eternity. The painter smiled to see it, for the world she had envisioned, and the one Gael had died for, had finally learned to live without sorrow. Her chapel stood, as it always had, at the edge of the world, where the sky curved gently into infinity. It was not grand. Its stones were worn smooth by time, its windows veiled with vines that glowed faintly in the dusk. Inside, her great canvas stretched beyond the eye's reach, a horizon made of colour rather than form. Some said it contained every soul that had ever lived, that the strokes of her brush held the memory of every breath, every touch, every fleeting thought that had once been. When she stood before it, she no longer saw the distinction between herself and her art. She had become part of the painting, a figure both creator and creation. There were few visitors now. The world no longer needed a guardian, and so the painter was left in peace. Sometimes travellers still found their way to her chapel, wanderers drawn by dreams they could not explain. They came seeking answers, or perhaps simply to rest. And she greeted them not as a goddess, but as one soul greets another. She would offer them a place beside her hearth, and as the soft light played across her face, they would often ask the same question. What are you painting now? Her answer never changed. I am painting memory, she would say. It is all that remains and all that ever was. Her voice was slow, deliberate, carrying the rhythm of centuries. To some, it sounded sad. But to those who truly listened, it was filled with peace. She had come to understand what few ever do, that creation is not the act of making something new, but of keeping what was alive in gentle motion. The flame had once burned to preserve itself, consuming all in its path to delay its own fading. The painter's light was different. It did not burn. It glowed softly, endlessly, each hue a whisper of what had been loved. Sometimes, when the wind shifted, she felt the presence of those who had come before. She felt the firekeeper's calm warmth, the steady patience of the Ashen One, the quiet reverence of the undead who had knelt before dying fires across the ages. But most of all, she felt Gael. His memory lingered everywhere, in the crimson hues of sunset, in the hum of the earth after rain, in the pulse of the colours that danced across her canvas. His voice had faded long ago, but his devotion remained, not as sound, but as rhythm. Each time she raised her brush, she felt his will moving through her hand. You wanted colour, she would whisper into the stillness, and now the world is full of it. Outside her chapel, the world continued to evolve, though without haste. Rivers altered their paths, forests deepened, mountains shifted their shadows. Life grew in quiet abundance. There were no kings or lords, no thrones to fight over, no prophecies to fulfill. Existence itself had become art, every breath a brushstroke upon the eternal canvas of being. The people lived simply, but not ignorantly. They understood that their peace was not born of victory, but of surrender. The gentle acceptance of impermanence that the old world had feared. The painter, too, knew her time would come. Though she no longer aged as mortals once did, she could feel the gradual slowing of her own rhythm. The pulse of her world did not need her hand to guide it anymore. It had learned the balance she had painted into its bones. And so, one twilight, neither night nor day, she laid her brush down for the final time. The sound it made against the floor was soft, almost indistinguishable from a sigh. She stood before her canvas, gazing upon its boundless expanse. Every colour shimmered there, the blues of sorrow, the reds of sacrifice, the golds of fleeting joy. It was all there, alive, infinite, complete. She reached out one last time, not to add, but to touch. The surface rippled beneath her fingers, and for an instant, the boundaries between her and her work dissolved entirely. Her reflection appeared upon the canvas, not the face of a woman, but of the world itself, gazing back with quiet recognition. In that moment, she understood that the act of creation had never been hers alone. She had merely been the vessel through which the world remembered itself. When the dawn, or what passed for dawn in that endless twilight, rose again, the chapel was empty. The great canvas still glowed softly, but the painter was gone. Some say she stepped into her painting, becoming part of the world she had birthed. Others say her body turned to light and scattered into the sky, each fragment becoming a new colour the world had never seen before. The people who found her chapel afterward did not mourn. They simply sat in the glow of her work and listened. And if they were very still, they could hear a faint hum within the air, the sound of a brush moving, endlessly, gently, somewhere beyond sight. The last painter had not vanished. She had become what she painted, memory in motion, the eternal witness to the world's quiet persistence. Her art lived not in pigment, but in the very rhythm of existence. Every time the wind stirred the grass, every time a new color bloomed upon the horizon, the world whispered her name, though it no longer remembered how to pronounce it. Thus ended the long work that began with a dying night and a drop of blood. From the ruins of gods and the ashes of flame, a single act of creation had reshaped eternity, not through conquest or salvation, but through remembrance. The world would continue to paint itself, gently, endlessly, as the last painter once did, not to preserve, but to understand. And somewhere in that boundless twilight, if one stood quietly enough, the faintest echo could still be heard. A voice, soft as breath, speaking not to command, but to comfort. It is finished, and it is beautiful. There comes a moment at the end of every song when the final note lingers in the air longer than it should, not because it has not ended, but because the world refuses to let it go. That was how the last age of the world unfolded. Not in silence, but in resonance. The twilight deepened, soft as breath, and the air itself seemed to hum with memory. Everything that had ever been, every flame, every prayer, every sorrow and triumph, remained, suspended in harmony. The eternal rest had come, not as death, but as a completion beyond endings. The world did not stop. It exhaled. The rivers still flowed. The wind still sang through the grass. The stars still drifted like slow embers through the velvet dusk. But everything moved with purpose now. Not towards something, not away from something, but with everything else. The balance was perfect. Fire and dark, life and death, creation and decay. All threads woven into one vast breathing tapestry. There were no more gods to command, no curses to bind, no cycles to repeat. What remained was being itself, quiet, infinite, whole. The people of this age, if they could still be called people, lived without fear of the end, for they understood now that there was no end to fear. They had become one with their memories, each soul a note in the great chorus of existence. When they laughed, the world laughed with them. When they rested, the world rested too. The very ground beneath their feet pulsed faintly, alive with the rhythm of countless lives that had passed before. Every breath they took was borrowed from all who had breathed before them, and every breath they released was a gift to all who would come after. The painter's world, the final world, had grown vast and luminous, yet not with brilliance, but with depth. The sky no longer divided itself into day and night. It shimmered in hues that defied naming. The rivers glowed faintly from within, their waters carrying the colours of unseen constellations. In their reflection, one could glimpse fragments of what had come before. The spires of Anor Londo, the shrines of fire now overgrown with flowers, the faces of forgotten souls smiling faintly from the ripples. Time itself had softened. The past was not behind, it was beneath, within, above. And among those reflections, if one looked closely, one might still see the figure of a knight, old and bowed, his armour weathered to dust. He stood not as guardian or warrior, but as pilgrim, watching the horizon where the twilight folded upon itself. He did not move, yet the world seemed to move around him, carrying him gently, as if honouring a promise made long ago. This was Gael. Not the man who bled beneath the dying sun, but the spirit of devotion made whole. His sacrifice had become the pulse of the world, and now that world repaid him in peace. The colour he had given his life to create flowed through everything. In the painter's sky, in the people's laughter, in the soft glow of every dawn. His journey had ended where all journeys must, in stillness, not oblivion. The Ashen One too, somewhere in that unending landscape, had laid down their sword. They sat upon a hill overlooking the sea of twilight, their eyes reflecting the soft shimmer of eternity. They did not speak, for there was nothing left to say. The quest that had driven countless lives across countless ages had finally found its answer, not in the rekindling of flame, nor in the extinguishing of dark, but in their unity. Fire had learned to rest within the dark without fear, and darkness had learned to glow without hunger. The Ashen One smiled faintly, and in that expression was the understanding of all ages that peace is not the absence of struggle, but the acceptance of completion. The last firekeeper stood beside them, or perhaps her memory did. She no longer wore her blindfold, for there was no longer a light too bright to blind her, nor a darkness too deep to conceal. Her eyes, once hidden from the truth of the world, now reflected everything. She looked out upon the twilight and whispered, "Ashen One, the fire is at peace." And though her voice was soft, the world seemed to pause to listen. Her words were not command nor farewell, but benediction. In that whisper, the long labour of every age, every tending, every sacrifice, every prayer, found its answer. The painter's chapel still stood, though now it was indistinguishable from the horizon itself. The great canvas that had once stretched across its walls had dissolved entirely into the sky. The colours she had painted now lived in the world around them. Every shade of sorrow, every glimmer of hope. Those who passed near that place said that they could feel her presence in the air. A calm, guiding hand upon their shoulders, leading them not toward creation, but toward rest. Her art had not ended with her. It had become the world's breathing. The brush no longer needed to move, because everything it had touched was alive. There were no more thrones, no more kingdoms, no more need to kindle or conquer. The fire had become memory, and memory had become peace. The world itself was the shrine now, and every soul was its flame. Some still lit small lamps at night, not to ward off darkness, but to honour it, to remember that without shadow, light has no meaning. They sang songs of the fire, but their songs were not laments. They were lullabies, gentle and slow, carrying the refrain of ages past. Ash seeketh embers, but in this age, the embers sought no one. They had come home. Perhaps this was what the gods had feared most, a world that no longer needed them. Yet, in their absence, they were not forgotten. They lived in story, in memory, in the colour that filled the air. The gods had been hollowed, yes, but in their hollowing, they had given humanity room to become whole. And in that wholeness, divinity had been reborn, not as hierarchy, but as harmony. Every being that lived in the twilight carried within them a spark of that old fire, tempered by understanding. And so it was that the long-burning dream of the world came to rest. The cycles that had once chained existence had become part of the quiet rhythm of being. Flame and dark no longer rose and fell. They breathed together. The world, at last, had found its eternal rest, not in oblivion, but in remembrance. If one were to stand at the edge of this world and listen, truly listen, they might hear the faint echo of all that had come before, the clang of swords in distant ages, the murmur of prayers whispered in darkness, the sigh of the firekeepers as they tended their dying flames. And beneath it all, softer than wind, deeper than silence, the voice of the world itself, the echo of the first flame, no longer pleading to burn, but whispering in peace. Be still now. You have endured enough. The eternal rest was not an ending. It was the world remembering itself into peace. The quiet truth that all things, no matter how bright or brief, are made eternal not by fire, but by being loved. And in that endless twilight, where the colours never cease to shift, where every soul lay folded gently within the memory of creation, the world smiled, serene, luminous, infinite. The song of ages had ended, and its silence was beautiful,